I'm calling to order this meeting of the Halton Police Board for Thursday, April 30th, 2026. Before we actually formally get into the meeting, I do want to acknowledge and ask for a moment of silence for two policing professionals who recently lost their lives that I think that we should recognize and keep them in our thoughts. The first is our own Don Payne, who served for 16 years as Special Constable in our Court Services Division, passed last week after a prolonged illness. And of course, the one that is probably in most people's minds right now in terms of the horror of the situation is Sergeant Brandon Malcolm from the Ontario Provincial Police, who was killed in the line of duty on a motorcycle accident on the 401 recently. So I'm just going to call everybody to let's recognize a moment of silence for both of these brave and wonderful people that have gone too soon. Thank you for that. And we thank both Brandon and Don for their service to their respective communities and to our country and to the line of work that they chose for their careers. Before we actually get to the meeting, I'm going to read our territorial acknowledgement. The Halton Police Board acknowledges that we gather for this meeting on the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron-Wendat, and the Anishinaabe. No matter our origins, our lives are intertwined through the shared earth beneath us, the water we consume, and the air that we breathe. As those responsible for the governance of the security of all who gather on this land that we now call Halton, we are committed to the path of truth and reconciliation in our words and in our actions, and call on those watching this meeting to do the same. Madam Board Secretary, do we have any regrets today?
We have regrets from Nadeem and Samira.
Thank you. Members of the board, do you have any disclosures of conflict or pecuniary interest to declare today? The minutes of our previous meeting, which was held on Thursday, March 26th, have been circulated. What is your pleasure on those? I'd be looking for a motion to approve. There is one, hopefully. Thank you, Nev. Seconded by Rod. Thank you. Any comments, questions, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Those are approved. We have a number of presentations today. The first one is both bittersweet. We want to recognize the service of our very own Jane McKenna. Jane, if you want to come forward for a moment. So many of you will know that recently Jane was not reappointed as a board member for her own purposes. She was not fired. But we want to acknowledge, we would like to acknowledge Jane's service to this board. Her contributions in her short time on the board were significant. We already miss Jane's counsel and common sense that she brought to the board, and we wish you the very best of luck in all of your endeavors. I know you're very busy with your new responsibilities in Toronto at the Harbour Commission, correct? Port Authority. I don't want to keep calling it the Harbour Commission, but I know you're very busy with that, and it's not been in the news a little bit recently too. We were just talking about that earlier about Billy Bishop Airport, and so we want to acknowledge Jane's many contributions to the board and the time that she spent with us, and thank her for that service. And we have a small gesture of our appreciation, which is a plaque that she can hang proudly in your study and look upon this fondly and remember your time with us on the board. So with that, thank you very much for your service, and we'll just do a little picture here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jane, and thanks for coming out today.
Thank you. It's lovely. Thank you very much. I miss all of you terribly. I had a bit of a tear in my eye pulling into the parking lot, and thank you so much for everybody here. But it was a great 3 years, and I loved every second of it.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay.
For those who are watching, I'm not sure if you recognize the amount of work that actually goes into being a board member, reviewing the materials and taking meetings and going to special events. It's a big deal, and we want to be very mindful of that for all of the people that serve on our boards, and we want to make sure that they're duly acknowledged when they move on so that we can respect and remember fondly their service and their contributions. Okay, members of the board, I want to draw your attention to our next presentation, which is a presentation on facial recognition technologies. So who is leading us on that?
I want to do the superintendent.
Was that next?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the agenda incorrectly. So I'm going to the chief now. So I'm emotionally wrought over that last presentation, so I apologize. Chief, you have some presentations today.
I thought we got bumped, but it's...
No, not bumped, and don't want to undermine the importance of this portion of the meeting.
I'll do something I don't normally do, and I'll stand here to do this, but it's only so when I call Anita Laframboise up right now, she doesn't have to come here and stand by herself awkwardly, so come on up. It's our pleasure to present to the board our two just now, or on May 4th, effectively promoted two superintendents and one inspector that are here just to be presented to the board today. Superintendent now, Anita Laframboise, began her policing career with the Halton Regional Police Service in 2004, so she's now been on the service for 22 years, and I was on the service 22 years when you started. So that's the math that I do that Jeff Hill usually can't figure out. That was back in the uniform.
You know HR's sitting right behind you.
That's why he's in charge of finance.
Look at his unofficial socks right now.
Anita started in 2004 in uniform patrol in Oakville, 2 districts. She has since served in a variety of specialized roles, including the Drug and Human Trafficking Unit, Intelligence Unit, and Training and Recruiting Unit. She later worked in the Chief's office as staff officer to Deputy Chief Hill and executive officer to myself, where she led several service-wide change management initiatives. She also oversaw the service's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Unit and Corporate Communications Unit, gaining a deep appreciation for the impact of authentic engagement with both members and the community. After serving as inspector now for 1 district over the past 2 years with Superintendent Repta that's here today, thanks Cole, Anita is honored and excited to take on the role of superintendent for 3 district in Burlington. She looks forward to supporting her team, strengthening community partnerships, and continuing to foster positive, meaningful change across the service. Anita brings to this role not only her professional experience, but also the perspective of being a mother of 2 daughters who are here with her today, which continues to shape her commitment to leadership and to community. She is grateful for the ongoing support of her family and friends, especially her husband and daughters. So congratulations, and board, Superintendent Laframboise. If I get Superintendent Sparka, Rapp to come up. Superintendent Raff Squirka brings over 27 years of policing experience with the Halton Regional Police Service and London Police Service. I just remembered that today. But, born in Poland, he immigrated to Canada in 1989 and began his career in uniform patrol in the town of Oakville in 1999. Over the course of Raff's career, he has served in a range of investigative and operational units, including drugs and morality, guns and gangs, collision reconstruction, Internet child exploitation, and the Intelligence Bureau, and was also very high for many, many years on the executive board of the operating body of the Criminal Intelligence Service of Ontario. Raff is recognized as a people-first leader with extensive experience leading complex operations and major investigations, with a strong focus on governance, risk management, and community engagement. Raff is a proud father to his 16-year-old son, who is equally as proud of his dad's promotion. He will be assigned to support services overseeing courts, communications records, and the property management unit. Congratulations, Raff. And Inspector Steve Siamra. Inspector Siamra is entering his 19th year of policing with the Halton Regional Police Service, having served in many demanding and impactful roles, including intelligence, community mobilization, professional standards, criminal investigations, and training and recruiting, and manager of the Stages nightclub in Kingston. I'm not sure why you put that in there, but that's certainly, as a Staff Sergeant, Steve has contributed to key initiatives focused on building positive culture and people-focused support. Among his career highlights is the privilege of working with and learning from exceptional team members whose dedication and expertise have shaped him both as an officer and as a leader. These relationships continually affirm that choosing a career with Halton was the right decision. That conviction is strongest at home, where Steve lives in our community that he serves with his wife and twin daughters, a connection that brings purpose and pride to his work every day. Inspector Shammer is looking forward to his new role overseeing the intelligence, drug, and organized crime units. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. And congratulations to the new promoted officers. We're proud of you and wish you all the best in your new responsibilities. Okay, now the privacy presentation. So come on up to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Molly Reynolds. I'm here with my colleague Mavra Shudri. We're from the Torreys Law Firm, and we are delighted to talk about, in hopefully practical and not too legalese terms, considerations for the oversight role with respect to facial recognition and similar biometric technologies. In a typical lawyerly way, I am going to start with a couple of base assumptions. We are not here giving legal advice. We have not given legal advice to the service or the board in this respect. And we are, not here to comment on any existing programs. But we applaud the board for considering this educational session and hopefully practical session, because as one of your board members said earlier today, facial recognition technology is in the news everywhere. And there is a lot of public attention to it. There's a lot of civil society attention to it. We know there's a lot of organizational attention to it. But we do like to come down to some of the base principles around legal compliance, reputational considerations, practical implementation, and try to cut through some of the noise. Recognizing as well that it is not always an enjoyable time to have two lawyers talking at you. My colleague and I are going to switch back and forth a little bit between the topics and the slides, so you'll forgive us sharing the podium in this respect. We, I believe, have structured this with some time for the content and then plenty of time for questions. We invite questions at any time. We are very used to being interrupted and we welcome it. So please do feel free at any point to stop us. And please feel free to tell us to move ahead as well if we're spending too much time on anything. So we are going to talk a little bit about the legal landscape that surrounds the use of facial recognition technology in the public sector, including in the law enforcement sector in Ontario. Primary focus on privacy law. We're going to talk a little bit about some human rights, charter considerations in that respect as well. And then also really focus on some of the drivers of risk that the board would be thinking about from an oversight perspective before we dig into the practical considerations for how we really bring the legal framework, regulatory guidance, and the practical realities of this technology together in a way that is not too focused on what the service may be doing on a granular, day-to-day level, but really more on, accountability of the board, accountability of the service, and how those roles interplay. So, just briefly from a legal framework perspective, you will be familiar with MCIPA, the Ontario municipal privacy legislation, which is very similar to the provincial CIPA. In this context, we're thinking about the application of this provincial privacy law to municipal police boards, to a certain extent to municipal police services. And we are also going to be very mindful of what the regulator of that legislation, the Ontario Information and Privacy Commissioner, has said about the use of facial recognition technology, other biometric technology, and how the principles in this legislation are applied in the context of this technology. MFIPA and FIPA are both very principle-based statutes. They don't regulate particular technology. In many cases, they don't tell you exactly what you need to do, but they engage concepts of, what basis we have to collect and use personal information of individuals and the circumstances in which we need to be transparent about that use, circumstances when the use may not be appropriate or may be subject to challenge, as well as how we protect personal information once it is lawfully collected. There are some specific provisions in MFIPA and FIPA that apply to law enforcement uses and collection of personal information. We won't get into every one of them, but as a key grounding factor, they do permit the collection of personal information for law enforcement purposes. And in many cases, that will be sort of the entry point to how we analyze circumstances where we're collecting personal information in the context of biometric technology. The Federal Privacy Commissioner has also issued quite a bit of guidance for law enforcement services, not a direct regulator in this context, but helpful in terms of understanding the national view as well as the provincial view of the privacy regulators when they are looking at board accountability for this type of technology and the services' respective use of the technology. So one of the things that we wanted to acknowledge at the outset is that the use of biometric technology and the collection of biometric information is not new for any police service, not new in the law enforcement context. Of course, we've been thinking about fingerprint technology, DNA technology, and facial recognition technology for many years. And this is not a new area of compliance either when we think about it from a privacy perspective. But because of the attention that has been paid to the rapid evolutions in this type of technology, in particular in facial recognition, what we are seeing from a public perspective, from a regulator's perspective, and from a litigation perspective is there is a lot more risk associated with facial recognition technology nowadays. Although the principles in the legislation, as I say, are not novel, the concept of biometric information not novel for you, but we are seeing more attention to transparency and to demonstrable accountability, meaning we're actually showing our work on how we analyze and justify our use of this information as the technology becomes more sophisticated and in some cases more widespread. So the Federal Privacy Commissioner, and this is echoed by the Provincial Privacy Commissioner as well, has clearly said that police services are, of course, accountable for how they handle biometric information, including in facial recognition technology, but importantly, their oversight boards also have a large accountability role. And in some cases, the regulatory guidance around accountability may come into contrast with some traditional corporate governance roles and responsibilities, and we may need to wrestle with how a policy and an oversight function aligns with this regulatory push for accountability and quite a bit of oversight. In some cases, we may need to look at whether the amount of information that is brought to the board, the type of information that is brought to the board, and frequency should be adjusted in some of these regulatory expectations and may be a little different from other areas within a risk register that is brought before you. One of the important things to remember here, and we're going to come back to this, I think at a few points in this presentation, is that it is not always the case that the regulatory guidance is the law. So as I said, we have some principle-based legislation. We have a lot of regulatory guidance in this space. In many cases, that hasn't been challenged in court. The courts have not agreed with what the regulators have said. But of course, the board will be mindful that when we have allegations or news stories that suggest that a service is offside regulatory guidance, there's reputational risk there, there's community trust risk there, even if at that stage there's no indication that a service is actually offside the law. So that's why we do focus a lot on what the regulatory recommendations are, while being mindful that they are not black and white law in all cases. So one of the primary recommendations that we see from the privacy regulators in the space of facial recognition technology is, commonly known as privacy by design. This applies in many situations of handling personal information, but in the context of facial recognition, the real focus is on designing initiatives from the outset with a mind to privacy protection. And the core elements of that are making sure that we have documented the necessity of collecting each type of personal information that's involved in the technology or in the initiative, and how it links to the objective. So we want to really document, what is the specific law enforcement purpose of deploying a certain technology, and why is each type of personal information involved, whether that is something like, a name, contact information, or something more sensitive like a map of a face print or a fingerprint. And how have we assessed that information serves the objective that we're trying to meet, but also is an appropriate balance between invasion of privacy, rights of individuals, and achieving these important objectives. Related to facial recognition in particular, the regulators have really focused on, documenting what we know about the accuracy and the reliability of the technology, and how we will continue to assess that over time. So, in most cases, especially in the law enforcement context, this technology is not developed in-house. We are usually partnering with technology providers who are developing, databases, algorithms, and tools. And so there's a big focus on understanding what they have done to develop the tool and how well it works, how often they're testing it, and then in turn focus after you've deployed it or after the service has deployed it on how often we retest its accuracy and how flexible we are in adjusting perhaps the use of the technology if we have concerns about accuracy. And finally, a core principle from the privacy regulators is minimizing the amount of data, the amount of personal information that is used in this technology while still achieving the objective. It still needs to function, and closely following purpose limitations, meaning if we approve the use of a certain facial recognition technology for one purpose, we'll come to some examples a little bit later, it shouldn't be an automatic approval for another objective or another use case within the service. We should be reassessing all of these factors repeatedly every time we have a fresh use case or a fresh objective that we are trying to meet. So we're trying to avoid scope creep. Now, we recognize that a lot of the work to actually do the assessments that follow these principles and to document it is done at the service level. This is a management operational responsibility. But we sort of raise these issues because they are the types of requirements that boards would want to make sure the service is following. And you may have questions about how in any particular use case or for any particular type of technology, these assessments are being done to ensure there is consistency and there is sufficient documentation around that. Turn it over to my colleague, Mavra.
So in addition to the sort of privacy regulatory risk, another key component of this landscape is, as you're no doubt aware, reputational and ethical risks and the sort of human rights legal framework that interplays with the privacy framework that Molly just described. And so the relevant privacy regulators and human rights bodies have very much recognized that AI-powered technology, facial recognition, biometric technology, has the potential to create or biases in what is referred to as a highly impactful context. And so there is again, as you're no doubt aware, a lot of scrutiny about the use of these types of technologies in law enforcement and policing specifically, due to the risk of discriminatory outcomes in policing based on protected characteristics. And then that dovetails with the reputational dimension as well, where the public is increasingly sensitive, as you know, to perceptions of over-surveillance and the overly invasive use of technology by law enforcement, particularly as these technologies become more sophisticated. Over the past few years, we've seen sort of a rapid acceleration of what these technologies can do, but perhaps more relevantly, what people think these technologies can do, and the perception of what's possible, and that being perceived as a more significant invasion of privacy by the public in the context of law enforcement. And that's not just hypothetical. So in these past few years, kind of starting from 2022, continuing to as recently as this year, we have seen the Privacy Commissioner receive complaints and issue decisions, or rather receive complaints about responses to Freedom of Information requests and issue decisions about those. So a lot of police boards, we've seen Toronto, London, Peel, York, around the area have received these requests, sometimes very complex requests for hundreds and thousands of pages of documents and communications about the police boards and the police services use of facial recognition technology specifically. And there are, as you may be aware, exceptions in the legislation for responding to Freedom of Information requests, but the Privacy Commissioner has applied those very narrowly in these contexts. So a lot of the time, if a police board does want to withhold some of this information for legitimate law enforcement purposes, the Privacy Commissioner will say, well, you can only withhold a very small amount of this, and the rest is available for public release. And so this feeds into the reputational risk that needs to be considered, because oftentimes this is how information that is not necessarily meant for the public will get to the public about how these technologies are used. And while, of course, there's nothing necessarily hidden or secret about it, given the heightened climate around this public concern of over-surveillance, it can be sensationalized, the media can pick up on it, and that sort of creates this increase in negative public perception, which is to say, again, FOI request management, we expect, is not a board-level process, but with the under MFIP, the board is the responsible body to respond to these FOI requests. And so media attention and ensuring that there is a process in place and having the appropriate oversight to respond to these requests is important, to ensure that you have a clear understanding of what the service is doing with these tools and what information might be vulnerable to public release. And as I said, in addition to privacy laws, of course, the human rights and provincial human rights and the federal charter rights are also engaged when the service uses facial recognition technology. So one example that I think is very instructive is the Ontario Human Rights Commission weighed in directly on the Toronto Police Service's use of facial recognition technology. So a name that will come up often in this presentation is Clearview AI, as it has been used in law enforcement contexts in Canada, and it has been subject to some scrutiny by various bodies, and it's been in the courts and regulatory decisions as well. So the Toronto Police did use the Clearview facial recognition software, and it was there was a bit of a public issue with disclosing that they were using it. And so the OHRC responded accordingly. So it really highlighted a failure to evaluate and develop a comprehensive risk mitigation plan before approving the technology, because this, inability to pre-plan and really assess the risk significantly increases potential violations of human rights obligations. So the important takeaway from this is that the OHRC didn't say that there should be a ban on the use of AI or biometric or facial recognition technology in policing or law enforcement contexts. It's sort of consistent with the privacy law framework. It is definitely permitted. There are legitimate use cases for it, but it was very much emphasizing the need for appropriate governance and appropriate oversight to ensure that the risks, the heightened risks in the law enforcement context are appropriately mitigated, with an emphasis on privacy rights, of course, equity, transparency, accountability, and ensuring non-discriminatory outcomes. So an important point from that is that the OHRC, as well as the Privacy Commissioner, did call on Toronto Police to conduct privacy and human rights assessments in consultation with experts before procuring or using any AI technologies. So this provides some insight into what both human rights bodies and privacy regulatory bodies expect when this technology is being implemented at the service level, and that informs what the board is obligated to do from an oversight perspective. So there are governance obligations that, in our perspective, would sit with the board, even though the sort of operational decisions about how to deploy the technology and what context it's deployed do, of course, sit with the service. So the board level oversight in this case is important, as of course the reputational fallout here and the sort of public discourse did fall on the oversight board in this case. And then just a quick note on charter rights. The courts have recognized that mugshots and non-conviction arrest records do attract a reasonable expectation of privacy under Section 8 of the Charter, which means that facial recognition technology that uses this type of information as a database to identify people must be proportionate in accordance with charter rights. So just to sort of complete our walk through this legal landscape, I'm just going to walk through a couple more cases. So this is, of course, a rapidly evolving area. The legal landscape is very much still developing, given that, as I was saying, the sort of boom in this technology has happened over the past couple years. It could take much more than that for a claim to turn into a court case that actually results in a decision. So we expect to see more of that in the next few years, but there are some things to note here. And interestingly, the earliest one that we could find from the Privacy Commissioner was a decision in 2001 about the OPP's use of facial recognition technology. And I personally didn't know that it existed in 2001, but in this case, it was found that the OPP's use of facial recognition technology was compliant with MFIPA, but even then the IPC noted that notice and transparency measures were required. So in this context, using facial recognition technology through video surveillance at casinos, which were operated by the provincial body, remind me what it's called? The Gaming Commission? The Gaming Commission, that's right. And so the OPP was actually, given that there is a lot of leeway, as Molly mentioned, for law enforcement activities under MFIPA, the OPP's use of the technology here was generally fine with the IPC, but they had found that the Gaming Commission had an obligation to be transparent and notify patrons of their establishments that they were being surveilled and that this could be used in this context. So it wasn't the law enforcement body, but rather the body in charge of the establishments that were being surveilled that had that obligation. So this is, of course, not the most recent case, but it is instructive because it is about the same type of technology. But of course, the technology has developed significantly since then, and that has led to the sort of higher scrutiny that we're seeing, both on the regulatory and on the public side. So one of the more significant ongoing cases in a Canadian law enforcement context is the Doan and Clearview AI case, which is cited there on the screen. I told you Clearview AI would come up a few times. So the way that their algorithm works is that they scrape photographs from the open internet. So they scrape photos from social media platforms, and that creates unique face prints for individuals. And they've claimed to have collected, millions or even billions of facial photographs that way. And they marketed their services to law enforcement, including Canadian Police Services. So a Quebec-based photographer actually brought up a class action alleging that Clearview violated the rights of Quebec residents, including rights to privacy, dignity, and control over the use of their image by collecting and using these facial images without consent. And so the class action was authorized to proceed. There hasn't been a decision on the merits yet, but it's an interesting one to watch because when it comes to a law enforcement perspective, the big question is the sort of legality of law enforcement's reliance on these third-party facial recognition tools when the underlying data collection that they rely on is problematic or unlawful or generally built on the sort of non-consensual collection of Canadian personal information. And that in itself is sort of not a settled question yet. So whether or not Clearview AI has the consent or even needs the consent of individuals is also being litigated in the courts in different cases. So none of it is fully set in stone yet. But the takeaway for our purposes here is that when a police service is using a third-party vendor specifically for facial recognition technology, the ethics and the legality of how the vendor built its database are very important to consider from an ethical perspective and a reputational perspective, as well as from, of course, a legal compliance perspective, even though that area is still developing. And that's, again, where board oversight of the services use and procurement of these tools comes into play. And then just a quick note on some international case law that's been interesting, particularly in the UK. So there have been, decisions with different outcomes, even within the UK. So courts can sort of go either way on this issue. It's sort of demonstrating that there's still no clear consensus necessarily, as well as the fact that it can be very, very context dependent. So there's no sort of blanket, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't use this technology in a policing context. It's very much dependent on how it's deployed, how it's used, what it's used for. So just last week, actually, the London Metropolitan Police won a court challenge regarding its use of live facial recognition technology. So it was brought by someone who was misidentified by the technology and was detained and questioned after the system matched him with someone else. But in this case, the court ruled that there were clear, precise, and effective safeguards for the use of this technology, and so there was no non-compliance with human rights law. And the judges also found that in this case, the privacy intrusion was minimal, and there was a low risk of discrimination on any protected grounds. So the takeaway from this is, again, the safeguards, the way that these technologies are deployed, the risk mitigation measures that are taken are very important in the case of challenges. Now, this is a different jurisdiction, but definitely instructive in our view. So this is the more recent one. The sort of counterexample is a few years ago, the South Wales Police lost a similar court challenge, and this was one of the first cases to consider the legality of the sort of modern version of facial recognition technology. And so in this case, the issue was that there was a bit too much discretion afforded to individual officers. So where the technology could be deployed, who could be placed on certain watch lists based on the technology. And it was also found that they had failed to conduct a data protection impact assessment and sort of take reasonable steps to assess discrimination and bias. And so these two cases really demonstrate the importance of good governance and oversight. So having a detailed policy, practices and procedures, clear safeguards to assess bias, minimize invasion of privacy and human rights concerns is incredibly important. And so the board's oversight function is critical in sort of ensuring that the service falls on the right side of that line. And courts will consider the quality of the governance framework in assessing whether there has been any sort of non-compliance with privacy or human rights laws. So with the legal backdrop in mind, I think we'll move to practical governance considerations.
Before we do that, as I said at the outset, we're conscious of being prone to droning on. If there are any comments or questions at this point, we, of course, invite them.
Board members?
Yeah, I have two questions. Do we use Clearview?
So, if I may, through the chair, just to clarify that point, Clearview AI was something some police services used a few years ago. It became an issue. We are not using it. That was a way to scrape the internet for photos. Personally, I think it should be allowable, but it does have issues from a privacy perspective. What we're doing is using our database that we have lawfully obtained photographs of people who have been charged with criminal offenses, so photographs and fingerprints under the Identification of Criminals Act. And then we're just taking a video or photographic image from a crime scene and trying to see if we can identify the person through the lawfully obtained and retained photos that we have on file. That's where the board's heard me speak in the past, but for probably 6 years now, I've been trying to get the RCMP and the federal government to move to where we should be, and that is to be able to search every lawfully obtained criminal photograph across Canada, because we're doing an injustice to Canadian citizens and victims to not do that. But we are not using World Wide Web 3 out there photographs. That was the issue before.
I have a second question. The second question is, when you talk about the use of facial recognition must be proportionate, what does that mean?
Yeah, so to give you an example, and maybe I'll draw from that one, but as I said, like we haven't advised on that particular use case. A database that looked at every passport photo or driver's license image to identify, suspects would have a different perception and analysis of how many people's privacy was invaded and to what extent their privacy was invaded, compared to a database that only looks at mugshots of people who have been arrested or charged. So smaller population, a population that may be more tied to the law enforcement purpose because of the source of their information. And that's where we're sort of balancing the impact on individuals, rights and privacy, and that, legitimate law enforcement objective. Does that help? It is unfortunately that proportionality weighing sometimes more of an art than a science.
Yeah.
Objective.
Other questions, Rod?
Yeah, just trying to understand exactly what harms are alleged. So in your example of the driver's license photo, the analog version of that, like the officer looking at a driver's license and identifying the person is okay, but it's the automated version of that that's a challenge. Like what's the harm that's alleged to the individual? What's if it's the negative impact on individuals is concerned?
Yeah, it's a terrific question. So, more to add. So there is an ongoing debate, I think, across Canada right now about whether privacy is itself a human right, and or whether it is sort of a different type of legal or civil right. And in that context, sometimes the harm is that somebody's information has been reviewed or shared without their knowledge, even if it doesn't result in a personal negative impact, right? So even if it doesn't result in them being wrongfully identified as a suspect or any type of financial or reputational harm. And so sometimes the starting point from a regulatory perspective is actually the fact that a driver's license database maintained by the Ministry of Transportation is shared with a service or all services, or shared with a vendor of facial recognition technology could itself be viewed as a violation of the privacy, even if that doesn't necessarily result in harm to most of the people who are in that database. And then we move along the spectrum to more individual harms. The common example, as Mavra said, with the UK cases that we've seen is where people are sort of wrongfully identified, questioned, or even arrested and charged.
All right, thank you. Further questions? I have two. One you just inspired, and this is maybe it's a more academic question and not necessarily applicable to today's discussion, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I think you just shocked me when you said it. And I'm paraphrasing. You said that there's a debate as to whether or not privacy itself is a right. What about Section 8 of the Charter? Because I mean, I always thought that Section 8 covered privacy pretty clearly, and it was the catalyst itself of this national debate. So how do you square that circle?
No, you're absolutely right. So in the charter context, right, if we're thinking about a right against search and seizure, I'll come back to the example of somebody being wrongfully identified and then questioned, arrested, right? They would be able to assert charter rights to privacy under that section, depending on the factual circumstances, if their information was collected in the context of, a search, but it is not yet established, with the courts or the regulators that right can always be asserted by, for example, everyone in a driver's license database, because they may not be interacting or engaging with police in the context where the charter rights have applied. By no means am I saying it doesn't apply, but it's a broader question in terms of how far the existing human rights go versus where we're just relying on MFIPA or the statutory privacy rules that are not necessarily the same as charter human rights.
Those statutes are more clear than the charter in this particular case.
It may be that they overlap entirely in terms of the scope, and it may be that it's more of a Venn diagram where in some cases the privacy statute applies and the charter doesn't, and in some cases both do. Interesting.
Yeah, this is more of an academic question. I'm very curious to do a deeper dive, but not today. Second question is, and not that I'm challenging what you're saying, I just never thought of it before, so it's just an interesting thought. So this one is more practical. I'm curious, based on all of these challenges and the relative newness, although I learned today that 2001 was the first major case, which is shocking. I didn't know that technology even existed back then. I mean, we barely had mobile devices back then. How is this debate or these legal challenges, how are they impacting judicial processes when it comes to cases that are supported by facial recognition? Are we finding, is there a situation where cases are getting thrown out or that evidence is being not allowed as a result of some of these challenges? Is it, I'm sure it's happening on in a case-by-case basis, but is there any kind of overall concern that this is going to impact the judicial processes? I mean, we already have a fairly small number of criminal cases that actually ever reach courts as it is now. To think that we're going to lose even more, that we're seeing more thrown out because of these challenges around the efficacy and efficacy of technology is a little chilling.
Yeah, I think unfortunately there is a gap in the data to answer that question in a wholesome way. for a few reasons that you've identified. In some cases, this challenge, for example, on a Section 8 charter grounds, may not make it all the way because it may be raised early in the process. Those charges may not proceed. In other cases, it may be that the court system is so delayed that for the services that we're using some facial recognition technologies and either are continuing to do so or have stopped because of some of the media attention that we've been talking about and the litigation that we've been talking about, it hasn't yet got to the point of court decisions. So certainly one of the considerations that we have later in the slide deck that we offer up is a question for the board and the service to consider together of if a case that the service investigated is thrown out or a charge is questioned on the basis of, a Section 8 finding or a violation of privacy finding, is that a circumstance that will trigger a reassessment of the use of that technology? Is that a circumstance that might trigger a report to the board to consider it? So I think it is an important indicator to be mindful of from an oversight perspective. But we don't, at this stage, have a really clear body of case law that answers the question one way or another. It also treads, though, on a very important point around transparency, because if defense counsel, for example, will be entitled to request details of how the technology works and how certain assessments or decisions were made by the service using it, that is, again, the type of information that we may want to provide transparently and proactively instead of in those situations, very similar to the point about freedom of information requests as well, from that perspective of building public confidence and building public education on how and why these technologies are used.
So I guess that really speaks to the point you made earlier about the importance of that operational and oversight governance piece really needs to be firmly in place to make sure that those things are demonstrable in a judicial setting to show that those safeguards were put in place. Fascinating. Thank you. I'll just go, Deputy Chief.
If I could just, if you don't mind, the Chair, if I could just address your question. Obviously, as you know, this technology is not new. Toronto's been using it for decades. Peel and York before us, they have had charges already go before the courts. That is not new. We are not expecting a sudden influx of cases that we're going to lose. We have had identifications here already. Part of the criminal court system and disclosures, we disclose this. This is all completely transparent. To address Rod's comment about looking at it, that is a component of this. The facial recognition itself is not the evidence per se. It is effectively a lead that says you should look at this. So it's corroborated through a human being. So it may draw us and say you should look at this person, or this person, the algorithm has identified this person. But there's a whole human element that is worked into it to corroborate. It's just a lead. So the investigator still has to go and corroborate all those parts. It's not a scenario of, well, this did it, here's the evidence, and away we go. There's a human element built to this, and it's almost kind of exactly to what you're saying is, yes, it's kind of like, okay, you should look at this, then we will go physically look at it. It's the same idea with AI and the idea of always having a human in the loop, and this is very much that part, and the governance is that part. So we have no fear of it going to courts. We know that people already have major cases go where this is involved, and we don't anticipate any major issue specific to our use of facial recognition.
Okay. That is helpful. And I guess I could sum that up by saying that it's rather than being evidence, it's more of a tool. It's an investigative tool as opposed to evidence in and of itself. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Help put it in context. Thank you. You may proceed with your next.
So for this next section, we're going to sort of make concrete some of the sort of nebulous legal concepts we've been talking about in terms of like what this actually looks like as between the board and the service. So as Molly mentioned earlier, there is the privacy regulators' expectation is that there's accountability both with the board and with the service in terms of ensuring the appropriate use of this technology. And so particularly the board is ultimately accountable for the, decisions and practices undertaken by the service on a high level. So the accountability does flow upward, even though the service is the one making those day-to-day operational decisions, of course. So in practice, the privacy regulatory guidance that we have recommends a number of key sort of concrete practices to have in place in relation to facial recognition technology and other sort of similar surveillance technology. And so those are listed on the screen there, and they include a privacy management program specifically in relation to these types of surveillance technologies and facial recognition, having a privacy impact assessment procedure, as well as processes in place for ongoing monitoring and reassessment, third-party vendor compliance and governing information sharing, protocols, personnel training, as well as retention and data security procedures and controls. So the expectation, and of course this depends on every individual board and service and how they operate, but the expectation as we understand it from the regulators is not that the board is responsible for creating or implementing these types of policies and practices, but in our view, the responsibility on the board is to essentially satisfy itself that these practices exist and are adequate and are being implemented appropriately. And so this is sort of an area where the board should have information from the service about these practices that the service has and on a fairly regular cadence, particularly if new technology is being deployed. So on that note, the service's privacy management program, our recommendation would be to sort of establish a clear reporting structure for these types of surveillance technology programs. So an example of what that can look like is the service sort of designating an individual responsible for overseeing and managing compliance of the program on the service side. And then there should be ideally a mechanism for officers and personnel to inform senior management about any issues or incidents that might arise with the use of this technology, and have that sort of reporting structure that anything that is relevant gets to the relevant people. And so directly touching on the board, there should be an established protocol as well as a regular cadence for sharing information with the board regarding these new investigative tools and updates to policies and issues that, of course, that cross a certain threshold. So, not every new change to a policy or new implementation or new use of an already implemented technology necessarily needs to get to that level. But an important aspect of establishing this reporting structure is to establish that threshold of what the board needs to know and when. So what we see would be the board working with the service to define what that threshold is. So significant new deployments, significant issues with vendors, any sort of investigative issues or incidents with legal or reputational implications, for instance. Essentially allowing the board to have enough information to meet its obligations and discharge its accountability under MFIPA without, of course, overstepping or kind of working where the service's obligations are. So one important development in this area that is helpful to note is another recent Ontario Privacy Commissioner decision. So this did not involve law enforcement, but we think it has some important takeaways to mention. So this was McMaster University, and they were implementing an AI proctoring software. And this got escalated to the Privacy Commissioner through a complaint. And the sort of key takeaway is that there are quite a lot of expectations around deploying AI tools that process personal information of individuals. And this is in a sort of a less high-impact context than law enforcement. And the IPC was still quite clear about what they would expect when it comes to procuring third-party tools that process personal information and sort of surveil individuals in this way. So the IPC strongly recommended safeguards sort of in additional to what we'd expect the standard vendor due diligence to be. So one of the most notable things that it recommended was an algorithmic impact assessment, or AIA, which is sort of an emerging concept in this regulatory area, as an additional safeguard. So privacy impact assessments are good by themselves, but alone might be insufficient when deploying AI tools that have these sensitivities. So these algorithmic impact assessments essentially ensure a higher level of scrutiny over the source of the data that's used to train its algorithms, which, as we mentioned, can be a key consideration for law enforcement use of these tools. And this type of assessment should also consider the potential impact it can have on the rights of individuals, the interests of broader communities, and the sort of overall level of public trust in the institution. And so part of that included a recommendation for consultation. So institutions considering adopting AI technologies like these should meaningfully engage and consult with the affected parties or communities, as well as people with relevant expertise prior to adoption, as well as on a regular basis, on an ongoing basis as well. So not just before, but kind of on a continued basis. So ultimately, the big takeaway is that when using these third-party vendors, an institution shouldn't satisfy itself with AI technology that is sort of presented to them as operating in a black box without itself being able to understand and explain how the technology functions, what it does, and how it makes its decisions. So the implications here for the service and for the board is that any adoption of these third-party tools come with not just sort of standard due diligence obligations, but some of these heightened and specific recommendations that the IPC has set out that we find quite helpful. And the IPC also strongly recommended specific contractual provisions that require ongoing transparency and that require the lawful collection of data used to train the tool. And so from kind of a board oversight perspective, the key question would be whether the service has a process for conducting these types of assessments, how that's integrated into an existing privacy impact assessment framework. So to sort of create an understanding for the board about how algorithmic bias and reliability is being tested and monitored by the service, and where relevant is receiving information about the outcomes of those assessments. And so this kind of brings us to kind of the more publicly visible aspect of what this framework would be, which is the transparency and community engagement points I just mentioned. So again, a lot of this is, would be in the purview of the service rather than the board to sort of undertake community education and stakeholder consultation, but there's definitely sort of a joint responsibility there. And the education piece, as I think Molly alluded to earlier as well when talking about privacy, is quite important in the moment that we're in, where there is a lot of public concern and sort of public trust issues when it comes to the use of these technologies, even if they are used lawfully and they are used appropriately and they don't actually create any more risk or any more harm to individuals. It is just, with the sort of rapid advancement of this technology, it is important that, community education kind of be out there, both from sort of a reputational risk management perspective as well as to meet transparency requirements and recommendations from the privacy and human rights regulators. So there's a bit of a balance to strike, for sure, between the requirement for transparency and wanting to facilitate public trust against, of course, legitimate law enforcement objectives where, of course, not all information can or should be made public. But there is, in practical terms, there are sort of categories of information that the regulators have confirmed or recommended should be on, and they've specified both the services and the board's websites. So this would include a formal policy about processing personal information in the context of surveillance technologies, a summary of any impact assessments and results of bias testing, details of stakeholder consultations, and high-level information about third-party vendors being used. And so what this does is essentially kind of helps. These are like the concrete measures that the regulator recommends in order to meet the more sort of general transparency obligation. And this is sort of specifically in the law enforcement context. So making this information public and sort of engaging in that consultation and community education is sort of a key part of that governance framework that we've been talking about.
Can I just pause for 1 second? I'm just looking, being mindful of time. It's 10:15 now. You mentioned to let you know if you're getting into too much detail and minutia. I'm just curious, so this is a 28-slide deck. At this point, we're at 15.
We go more by the clock than by the number of slides, that's for sure.
Okay.
So we can, just to give you a sense of the roadmap here, probably have 10 minutes or less if you ask us to wrap up the practical board oversight role. We had included in the last section after this some thought experiments, some real world examples with some hypothetical scenarios to think through, how you would have a conversation with management about certain issues. And we are happy to leave those with you and not talk through them.
So I want to make use of this presentation. I'm finding it fascinating, but I have a bit of a policy wonk myself, but I know that's necessarily good board governance. Can we try to wrap up by 10:30? So if we could get through the most practical pieces and then leave the rest with us, I think that would be the best thing we can do. So if we have time to go through some of those exercises, great. If not, then let's try to put a bow on this at 10:30, see if there's any questions, and go from there.
Great.
Thank you.
So in terms of regulatory expectations around board oversight, what I'll do is turn some of these bullet points into questions that a board may ask a service. We were talking earlier about human rights concerns, risks of discrimination or bias in either the technology itself or the data that's used to train technology, or how it is deployed by an organization or agency. So a question may be, how are we assessing discrimination risk? How are we assessing human rights risk? Does the service have a human rights expert internally? Do they have an external expert they turn to as part of their algorithmic impact assessment? Have we asked the vendor of the technology for their bias assessments, and are we relying on that? In terms of the threshold for board review, I mentioned this earlier. Consider a conversation about what information is reported now on what incidents. You can see there's already an excellent dialogue happening at these types of meetings, and whether there are additional thresholds where you would want to know, for example, technology that's being considered but has not yet been adopted, or you would like to know, updates on technology where the vendor or the program itself is getting negative media attention because you want to assess, the impact both on use by the service and community trust, reputational risk. So some discussion about whether your current thresholds for information that's reported proactively or in the context of potentially negative PR are appropriate or should be revisited as we see more attention to this technology. The other area, I think, to encourage dialogue and to revisit the dialogue on a regular cadence is how much information does the board need about the services practices in terms of how personnel who are using this type of technology are trained, how the use is monitored, how we're controlling around scope creep. There's, of course, an existing governance process for approving policies, And that may be all that you need to have, but what additional information might you want about the on-the-ground practices to understand how this risk is managed at the service level, even if you're not approving it in any operational manner, of course. We may want to ask whether a separate algorithmic impact assessment process that Mavra was just talking about has been implemented, whether it is part of a technology assessment more broadly or personal information impact assessment more broadly. And as we mentioned earlier at the top, what is the process if we get freedom of information requests about this type of technology? The answer, of course, may be it's exactly the same as any other freedom of information request that the board receives or the service receives directly. Or the answer may be different depending on what reputational considerations we're seeing, what accountability considerations we're seeing. Similar approach with respect to media inquiries. This is not to suggest that everything needs to be different in the context of facial recognition, but let's have the dialogue about whether our current approach to responding and preparing for responses to media inquiries generally is the model that we continue to follow if we have one specifically around biometric technology, or if there are additional considerations. For example, do we go back to the human rights expert that the service may have consulted earlier and get their support on any communications? We may be trying to enhance public understanding of the technology and how we've responsibly deployed it when answering a media inquiry. If there are regulatory investigations, privacy or human rights commissioner investigations into the use of this type of technology, is the board comfortable with the current approach for reporting the initiation of such an investigation, for overseeing how the service is responding? Is the board comfortable with its role where it may itself be scrutinized in these investigations? And are there some logistics or mechanics that you want to plan ahead of time, such as whether the board would need separate counsel from the service in the context of that type of investigation? The last point that we have that I'll just turn into a question as well is, through your existing processes to, understand risk, to review the risk registers that may be presented to you, to oversee compliance audits that may be done in many different, legal and regulatory areas by the service, are there specific attention to compliance reviews for surveillance technology programs from a bias, human rights, and a privacy perspective? Is this already being noted in existing audits? Is it something that you may want to consider having added to the scope of any particular audit of compliance practices? Lastly, thinking about the oversight role from a financial perspective, a boring but very important question as we get into more advanced technology, in particular in the space of AI and facial recognition, is what is the insurance coverage that we have that may apply in the context of an incident involving this type of technology? For example, a breach of a database with people's faces in it. What is the type of insurance coverage that the board and the service may have if there are regulatory investigations or litigation where you may need legal counsel? And what is the impact on your insurance coverage if a violation is found and there's liability found? Do we still have coverage in that respect? It is a topical question because in the context of insurance coverage for technology and AI in particular, the insurance market itself is moving. And so you may want to, have a briefing and a better understanding from your broker or from the service management on how your insurance maps to this area. Finally, on the financial front, as you are getting budgets and audit reports, do you have enough of an understanding of how the costs, the financial costs and the benefits, have been assessed for some of this type of technology. Do we understand the cost of the technology? Oftentimes quite easy to report. Do we understand what the impact might be financially, as well as from a law enforcement success perspective of not using technology? For example, are we going to have a larger headcount? Do we need more manual hours if we don't adopt this type of technology? What are the additional costs that we've talked about around some of these regulatory freedom of information or litigation risks that we may need to be anticipating? How do we measure those against the less quantitative factors like maintaining public confidence, innovating, and modernizing the approach to policing? So that can be a way of sort of evaluating qualitative versus quantitative costs and benefits in that respect. Let me pause there. We are happy to take any additional comments or questions, and we are happy to leave you with the rest of it if you would like.
Sure. Let me go back to the board for questions. Any questions from the board? Rod? No. You had your hand up. I mean, it's a lot to absorb. And honestly, you've raised more questions than I think answers, which I mean is part of the process of going through an educational process. And the CGO has been typing madly about all the things that we have to start to think about as a board. So I don't have any more specific questions at this point that aren't academic. And I don't want to take the board through that process. So I just want to say thank you very much for your presentation today. I thought it was very useful, and I'm assuming that should we require your services going forward beyond the consultative educational piece that you're ready to assist. Would that be fair? You certainly seem to have a grasp of this area, and we appreciate that. Fred, did you have something?
Have you given a presentation like this through the Canadian Association of Police Governance?
Not, but we would be happy to.
Yeah, I'm going to take this. I'm on the board there, and I think this would be a really good conversation to have at one of our annual conferences as well, where we have the time and we can actually do a deeper dive into this, or a webinar even. We do monthly webinars with the CAPG, and it would be really interesting to offer that up to boards across the country that are interested in this topic, because this is national in scope, obviously.
Yeah, and some of the jurisdictions are heavily into this technology, right?
There's a real opportunity to learn from each other as well. Yeah.
So who? Quebec?
Calgary, I think.
Calgary?
Is one.
Okay.
Edmonton as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it'd be a good opportunity to learn from those services. I mean, as we've heard, we've got things under control, it seems, from a judicial perspective especially, but it'd be interesting to learn from some of the problems that have occurred in other communities. So, again,
and perhaps the obstacles.
The obstacles as well. Yeah. Okay, thanks once again. We really appreciate your time and your presentation, and we'll definitely be pouring over your slide deck even further and be prepared for additional questions that might come by email.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, members of the board, move along to our next presentation, which is our employee engagement survey report. And I'm sorry, Jessica? Okay, so the consultant. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Our policy normally is to take a break at 10:30, so it's almost 10:30. So before we start, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene here at 10:40. I'm sorry, I didn't give the IT folks time to, oh, you're good, okay. I shouldn't have sprung that on them. Okay. Surprise, we're back on. First up for last up for our presentations is the employee engagement survey, and we do have a presentation on that, so I will call forward our friends from Forum, who I've seen recently this week for another survey down in the town of Oakville.
Yes.
Nice to see you again, yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're both here.
So it's nice to meet you all today. We're excited to be here to go through the results from this year's employee engagement survey. So it is the first year we're doing this survey. I understand there's been other employee engagement surveys done in the past, but this is like a whole revamp of the employee engagement survey. Okay. So before we dive into the results of the survey, I just want to go through the methodological design that we used. So we did send out this survey as an online survey to all staff. So we received a list of staff contacts from the board, and basically what we did was we sent everyone an email invitation with a link to do the survey. So the survey was sent out to just a bit over 1,300 staff members, and by the end of the field work duration, we got 560 responses. So the results that we're going through today are based on those 560 responses. So one other thing I want to mention is that the survey was in field earlier this year. So it launched on February 5th, and we were in field for a month. So we wrapped it up by March 5th, so to allow everyone ample time to send in their responses. And then just one other thing I wanted to touch on before we dive into the results, just some reporting considerations. In case anyone's not really familiar with reading results like this, there's a few things I wanted to point out. One thing is you'll often see throughout the report, we mention something like a top 2 or maybe a bottom 2. So basically, these are just referencing the group positive and negative responses. So, for example, on a scale, like an agreement scale, a top 2 would refer to as agree, for strongly and somewhat agree, and then bottom 2, it's like, vice versa, for strongly disagree and somewhat disagree. And then another thing I want to mention, if you're, a really numerical person and you're adding up all the numbers, sometimes you might notice that the numbers might add up to exactly 100%. I just want to reassure everyone that that does happen sometimes, and it's just because of rounding. So the way the numbers get rounded, when you add up the whole numbers, it might add up to actually like 99 or 101%. Another thing I want to mention, this comes kind of later on in the results, but we do have some questions that are considered multi-mentions or like multiple response questions. And basically what this means is like people are able to write in multiple responses to a question. And again, if you're adding up all the numbers for these will usually add up to over 100%, and that's because there's more responses than there are respondents answering that question. So there's that. And then one last thing I wanted to point out is just a note about statistical significance testing. So throughout the report, you'll notice that on the right-hand box, we do a lot of comparisons across demographic segments. And so in that portion of the report, like on those slides, we'll note out or we'll call out any differences between demographics that are of significance. Without further ado, I'll go into just some key highlights before we go into the nitty-gritty of it. So just looking at the profile of the employees who answered the survey, just over half of them are currently assigned to regional headquarters. And most of them are working full-time permanent positions.
Just over half are also police officers, whereas 38% identified as civilian members. When it comes to engagement and culture, just over 3/4 of the respondents said that they are proud of the Halton Regional Police Service. On the other hand, 58% said that people help each other out, even if it means going above and beyond their job requirements. And then moving on to questions related to well-being, safety, and inclusion. Most of the respondents, 88%, say that they do feel comfortable performing their day-to-day duties at work. And then when it comes to sense of belonging, just over half, the 66%, say that they do feel like they belong at the Halton Regional Police. And then just less than half say that they feel encouraged to speak up about any work-related issues. And then when it comes to leadership, when we ask them about their manager or supervisor, just about 3/4 of them say that the person that they report to genuinely cares about their well-being. And then when it comes to senior leadership, just over half, 62%, said that they think that their senior leadership is committed to actively supporting a diverse workplace. And then lastly, when it comes to questions related to the chief of police, over half, 64%, agree that the chief of police cares about members' wellness. And then lastly, when it comes to supporting the employees, they when we ask them, how the board and the regional service can support employees, the plurality, 21%, mentioned just listening and engaging with them to better support them. Okay, so we'll first go through some questions just related to their work at the regional police. So as you can see here, just based on where they're currently assigned, we'll by 1/4 assigned at 2 District Oakville. Are there any questions?
I actually have them, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't know you want questions during the...
Oh, I saw a hand up. I wasn't sure. I'm flexible.
Okay.
If we want
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's simple. How does this map against our total complement? So does this mean that regional headquarters is overrepresented in terms of the total responses, or... So, for example, 8% of responses came from District 2. What percentage of staff is in District 2?
I don't recall if we have that information. Yeah, we weren't provided that information about the whole, yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
Maybe it's something we can ask for in a response from the service, a follow-up from the service, maybe to do that math.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Great. So moving on, when it comes to their employment status, like I mentioned earlier, the vast majority, 96%, are full-time permanent employees. And then when it comes to how long they've worked at the service, we can see the plurality, so the 22% have been working here for 15 to 19 years, and then it kind of dwindles off in both directions. Of the respondents who completed the survey, we also see that most of them, 62%, are police officers, whereas 38% are civilian members. Okay, and then we also asked them if they have staff reporting directly to them. Most of them said no, only 29% said that they do. And now moving into the results of the survey questions. So here we ask them, how much they agree or disagree with a bunch of different statements related to engagement. And these are ranked from, highest to lowest. So first on the list, 77% say that they are proud to be a part of the Halton Regional Police. We see that 35% agree with this and 41% strongly agree with this statement. And then that's followed by 74% saying that they are overall satisfied with their job at Halton Regional Police. And then 72% say that they feel a sense of accomplishment at work most days. 68% would recommend the Halton Regional Police as a place to work. And then lastly, just about half, 51%, say that they rarely think about leaving the Halton Regional Police. When it comes to workplace culture, we ask them, again, how much they agree or disagree that Halton Regional Police is a work environment where so people help each other out, even if it means going above and beyond normal job requirements. Just about half, 58% agreed with this. And then 57% agreed that people are consistently treated with respect regardless of personal attributes. And then the remaining 3 statements received agreement scores of under half. So 43% agreed that accomplishments are recognized. 38% agreed that differences in opinion are valued, and also that disagreements at work are appropriately resolved. And then these are questions related to empowerment. So 88% agree that they know what is expected of them at work. 82% understand that their work contributes to the effectiveness of the Halton Regional Police. 76% agree that they're able to make good use of their skills and abilities at work. 70% agree that they have access to the tools and resources that they need to perform their role. And then lastly, only 45% agree that that the processes here help them be as effective as possible. And then when it comes to well-being and safety here, we do see pretty good scores as well. So top of the list, 88% feel comfortable performing their day-to-day duties at work. And then that's followed by 86% knowing where to go to access resources to support their well-being. And then statements with a bit of a lower score here, 68% agree that they feel motivated to perform their best. 68% also agree that Halton Regional Police provides valuable resources to support their well-being. 67% agree that the regional police, gives they get a reasonable amount of work. 64% agree that there's effective practices and procedures in place to protect the safety and well-being of employees. And then 62% agree that the amount of work-related stress that they experience is manageable. And then lastly, just under half, 49% agree that the Halton Regional Police Service genuinely cares about the well-being of employees. And then when it comes to inclusion at work, 71% agree that they feel included in social gatherings. 66% feel that they belong here. Another 66% say that they feel respected here. 57% feel that they are a valued member. 55% feel that people here are treated fairly, regardless of personal attributes. And another 55% feel that their work is appreciated. And then lastly, 44% say that they feel encouraged to speak up about any work-related issues or concerns. When it comes to professional development here, the majority are providing pretty positive responses. So 68% agree that they receive the training that they need to perform their role effectively. Just over half, 54%, said that in the last year they had a meaningful discussion with their manager about their future here. Again, 54% also agree that they're satisfied with the opportunities here to continue to learn and grow. And then 53% say that they're confident that they're able to achieve their career goals here. And then moving on to some questions related to their leadership. So these ones are related to their manager or supervisor, so basically the person that they directly report to. So scores here range from in like the high 60s to low 70s here. So 73% agree that their manager or supervisor genuinely cares about their well-being. 72% agree that they recognize their contributions and set their expectations for their team. 71% agrees that they create a safe environment for providing feedback. And then 69% say that they actively support their professional development, and 68% agree that they provide them with the support they need to perform their best, and that they also provide meaningful feedback on their performance. And then when it comes to the senior executive leadership at Halton Regional Police, so that's the senior leadership team or executive command, we have some scores here. 62% agree that they are committed to actively supporting diversity in the workplace. That's followed by 53% saying that they're committed to creating an inclusive and equitable work environment. And then lower on the list, just under half of the staff, so 46% agree that they communicate their vision in an effective and clear manner. 40% have confidence in the decisions made by senior leaders, and then 36% say that they value employee input. And then when it comes to harassment and discrimination, and just, whether they have an understanding of what they need to do if certain scenarios happen, 61% agree that they've witnessed instances of harassment or discrimination. 57% have experienced instances of harassment or discrimination themselves. Half, 50%, say that they would feel safe raising any instances of harassment or discrimination without fear of consequences. And then 54% are confident that any reported instances of harassment or discrimination are appropriately reviewed and investigated. And then lastly, we also asked 3 questions related to the chief of police. So, excuse me. 69% agree that he attempts to keep members informed and connected. 67% agrees that he cares about member wellness, and 64% agrees that he recognizes and appreciates frontline members. In the survey, we also asked them a few what we call open-ended questions. So here we asked them, what can the Halton Regional Police do to better support their employees? So we didn't give them a list. We just asked them to write in their comments here. So you can see 41% of them didn't really write in anything, but 21% did mention something related to just leadership, listening, and engaging with them, followed by 12% mentioning things related to fairness. We also asked them if they had any suggestions to improve DEI in the workplace. For this question, a lot of people opted not to write anything. 74% said nothing. 9% mentioned something related to just reducing or stopping DEI. 8% mentioned merit-based hiring or promotion emphasis. And then there were other mentions as well as other items. And then lastly, just to round off the survey, we asked them, is there any additional information or feedback that they'd like to share with us? Again, most people opted not to write anything, but for those who did, 7% mentioned leadership disconnected from frontline, and then a few percent mentioned the workplace culture. And then I just wanted to conclude with just sharing the demographic profile of the respondents who answered the survey. So we asked them what age group they belonged to. So most of them are 30 or over. Just under half identified as man versus 32% identifying as woman. And the majority, 75%, describe their sexual orientation as straight or heterosexual. Majority of the staff who responded to the survey don't identify as a person with a disability, so only 2% do. And then when we asked about their highest level of education, 43% said that they have a bachelor's degree or higher, followed by 29% saying they have a college certificate or diploma. And then finally, we also asked about their race, how they identify there. So the majority, 60%, identify as white, and then just a few percent for the other categories. That brings me to the end of the survey results. Is there any questions?
Before we go to questions, I know that the chief is chomping at the bit to comment on something. I kept seeing his finger go up, so.
Just a couple of things through the chair. I know you had posed a question of whether we can get the statistics, the numbers per headquarters, one district. We can certainly do that. I've spoken with Louise just briefly, so we'll get that breakdown. I think it's important when I went through this, and I can be more of a glass half full. Some are glass half empty, and some are just glass half. I think we lose a lot in the discernment of what neutral means. So when I look at a lot of the things, if you're hearing that 66% of people feel that their supervisors or leadership team are doing a good job, whatever it might be, there's actually the 20 or 21% that are neutral. In a policing world, neutral tends to be on the positive side. I would just encourage people, when you're looking for any area that might be potentially concerning, look at the disagree, strongly disagree, which tend to be like 7 or 10%. Still important, and you're going to have people that are in that category no matter what management or supervisors do. But if I look at, I'll use myself as an example, and thank you to the board for allowing us to put those 3 questions in about the office of the chief. But the 67% becomes 87% if you look at the neutral. And now what are the 12 or 13% that think I'm not doing enough to look after the well-being of our members and things. So I think the neutral part gets lost in some of the analysis of this, so it's very important. The other thing is there are some things in here that I think we could do a deeper look at in some ways without hinging or hindering the feeling of anonymity. Because when you see the breakdown and a certain percentage of the people that responded to this are between the age of 45 and 55, it's not surprising that a certain percentage of people might be thinking about leaving the organization. They're probably eligible for retirement in the next 5 years, if not already. So that would be that measurement of, I think about leaving the Halton Police, which is not a large number on the negative side, but some of them may just legitimately be looking at career options as they age or as their seniority increases in the service. You can pick me right out of here by age, years of service, rank, and education, so I'm not protected anyway, but thank you. I just wanted to make those comments, especially on the neutral scores, which I think if we focus on some of the really negative answers or replies, there are a very small percentage.
I think that it'd be useful to get that information on the percentages of the breakdown of the whole that reported, that participated by location. I think is a kind of a skewed representation of what that really means. I'd be curious if we can get that information so we can quickly run the math, determine what percentage of each one of those locations actually reported as opposed to the percentage of the whole.
We will get that very quickly, and in addition to that, not only are there a large number of people who work at headquarters, also a large number of our civilians that work at headquarters, and people who are working more often, Monday to Friday days, and are probably here and able to do surveys. So I think there's a number of things that come into that, but I think you'll see there is a proportionality based on the size of the districts and the size of headquarters as well.
Okay, questions from the board. Ingrid, you're up first.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you mention at the outset that you've done this survey with other police services?
An employee engagement survey?
Yeah, like this.
No.
Or the chair mentioned that you have done this for the town of Oakville?
Yes, but that was a community engagement survey, so it's the...
Citizen satisfaction.
So from your expertise and your professional opinion, how do you rate the 44% of participants?
The response rate, are you? Oh, yes. So that's a pretty decent response rate. So we sent out the survey to just over 1,300, and like about 560 responded. Yeah, that gives us like that. It's a pretty good response, I would say. I've seen higher response rates, of course, but I've also seen lower.
And we did a survey how long ago? Was it 3 years ago, I believe?
Employee survey?
Yeah.
6 or 7
years ago.
Yeah, it was before the pandemic.
I remember working on it with Deputy Wilkie. It'd be interesting to see what's transpired in those 6 years on some of the major subjects and maybe the participation rate.
So look at that.
How was it 6 years ago?
We could definitely add, we could definitely add that as part of the referral back that I think we're talking about making on this. Ask the service command team to juxtapose that information.
And we have a lot of new constables as well, new members in those 6 years that have joined Halton Police Services. It'd just be interesting. I'm not saying a line-by-line comparison, but just some of the major captions
major themes.
To the chief's point, in terms of the support that is being given to the workforce.
Okay. Any further? Okay, now then, Rod.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add to the chief's point, like the 70-20-10 model, I was talking to somebody earlier about it. It's like 70% in anything, they're just going to be complacent. 10 are going to be against, and 20 are going to be for it, and drinking the Kool-Aid. Let's just say, how do we use that 20% to influence the 70? That's what, as any organization, you need to worry about. It's not about people are going to be. How do you leverage that 20%? And my question, you said 44% is a good response rate. I don't know, maybe I'm biased from the sector I come in, but like our metrics are like minimum. Our targets are 85% response rate. So like when you're saying that, 44 is average, like is there a particular industry you're looking at when you're saying that it's an average response rate, or is it like size of employee count? So just curious to know.
Yeah, I mean, I was just referring to what I've seen, just based on like similar surveys that we've done. Of course, it really depends on the industry, the organization, and all that. But just in general, like 44%, it's, like you said, we have seen higher response rates in other organizations, but it's not too bad.
Okay, so you would say it's not concerning, but not on the high end. And then based on like your industry experience, like there's a lot of positives and there's a lot of opportunities. What would you say the two biggest strengths that you guys identified, and what are the two biggest opportunities based on your industry experience?
I mean, looking at the results here, it seems like satisfaction working here is good. However, it seems like there could be improvements made when it comes to listening and engaging with staff, especially when we ask them that open-ended question, like, what can Halton Regional Police do to support them? The main thing that came up was listening and engaging with staff. And we do see, like, statements related to that were typically a bit lower compared to others.
And out of curiosity, I know because of shift work, are these surveys, are people able to do it on their phone and stuff too?
Yeah, so they could do it on any device, so on their computers, phone, tablets, and they could do it any time. We gave them a whole month to do the survey, and we also sent out reminder emails to them as well, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nav. Up next is Rod.
Yeah, just a question of clarification on that harassment and discrimination slide. It says the heading is more than 3 to 5 respondents agree they have a good understanding of what they need to do if they witness harassment and discrimination. The response then says, I witness any instance of harassment and discrimination. So I presume that really means if I were to witness, as opposed to I have witnessed, right?
Let me just look at that one,
yeah.
So,
I witness any instance. That's not saying that they have witnessed, it's saying if they were to witness. Is that right?
Yeah, so it would be, I have a good understanding of what I would need to do if I witness any instance of harassment or discrimination. So that's the full question.
So it's if I witness, not that I have witnessed. Okay, thank you. That was the question.
Through the chair, does that apply to the second question too? So if I experience, is that the full question? Is if I experience?
The full question is I have a good understanding of what I need to do if I experience any instance.
I had the same two questions.
Thank you.
Further questions from the board? I just have one. I want to clarify a little bit further, drill down on the response rate. So you say 44, and I know it was raised by, I think now a few moments ago. You say 44% is a reasonable response rate. Based on what is that based on specifically public service? Like where does that fit in the category of response rate?
When I was saying that, I was thinking of just employee engagement surveys in general, but not other types of surveys, yeah.
So typically, Forum is a large research company, and you obviously do a lot of employee engagement surveys. So you're presenting to us today that 44% in your experience is a good response rate. What would the high and low be? Do you have a sense?
I've seen response rates as high as in the 70s, I would say is a really good one. And I've also seen lower response rates in the 20s or 30s.
And who would be at the highest pinnacle of response rate? Do you know? Do you have a sense, like a sector?
I guess it really, it really depends. I don't think I can specify a specific sector or industry.
And I just want I don't recall what your response was, and I apologize. Fred and I have had a bit of a couple chats, and I may have missed this if you said this. If you did, I apologize. With respect to the, I've lost my train of thought even there. I'm just going to pass on that. I'll come back to it. I had a thought, and I talked about being distracted, and I was distracted by answering the question. I need to be separated from my seatmate here. Okay, no, I'm just teasing. Because we have not had a long period of time for our command team in particular to really review this in any great detail, I'm wondering if they have any questions before I go, because I'm going to invite the president of HRPA and the SOA to comment. I think that SOA said they don't have a comment today, but I know Stu McDonald wants to make a comment, so I'll get to you in just a second. I just wonder if anybody on the command team has any feedback or questions. Yes, Kevin?
Just a comment to follow up on our questions. Assuming this is going to be released at some point to a broader audience, I just think that
it just got released.
Okay, I just think that it's important to clarify that the question we just asked, I had that question from yesterday when I read it for the first time yesterday. I think it's worth if we're clarifying that in some way, because it does read, you could interpret that as I have experienced or I have witnessed, and I think it's almost worth amending this in some fashion before it's released to the broader organization.
Sure, that's a good point. Can you do that and then get us back another clean deck so we can, and then we'll attach that to our ultimate board record. It's been released today in this presentation, not the document itself. So before the document itself is part of the public record, that's a very good point. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. We can add that, like that preamble sentence just at the top of the chart so you can see.
Maybe bold it, underline it, just to be really clear, because I do take the point that that is an alarming statistic if you read it the wrong way.
Right.
Very much.
Thanks for raising that, Rod.
Clarify the response, like I witness, you know, if it's clear that if I were to witness, or if, make it clear it's hypothetical and not a statement of experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Like, this conversation brings a good topic, right? For example, we haven't had this survey or it must have been different 6 years ago, right?
Different firm, yeah.
Yeah, different firms. So was there any like presentation, I know we don't want to skew it, but like if we, as reading the results, we're confused with the question, sometimes the respondent can be confused with the question. So I mean, maybe this is a learning for us next time, not to skew the results, but to explain this question is relating to this or this. Like, you know, we talk about direct manager organization, because sometimes those can blur the lines and people are thinking about an organizational strategy, not just their manager, and they respond to that. So that's something learning for us is like, maybe we do like a one-pager with FAQs or something, so that way the objective's clear and there's no confusion with some of these questions.
Is it possible to circulate a copy of the actual survey that the employees were given so that we can understand the context in which those questions were asked a little better, see how it was presented? Because to Nava and Rod's point, I think that contextual piece is important to how, as we go through and analyze these results. That would be my...
Yeah, would it be preferred if we like appended the full survey questions to the end of this report?
I think that'd be useful.
Yeah, we can do that.
Anything further from the command team? Lisa, did you have something?
Yeah, just procedurally, I'm wondering if we just keep this in, I know it's a presentation, but it's public. I'm wondering if we can withdraw the presentation, have it come back as a report to accept with that covering page with that information. Yeah.
It's already in the public domain. So I mean, I'm at your leisure, but it's on the public domain, it's on YouTube. We've already commented on it. I would prefer if we just get this information corrected as quickly as possible. This isn't an approval matter, this is a received matter anyway, so there's nothing to approve. You can't approve somebody's opinion.
But then how do we bring it back onto the agenda to have
because I think that
covering?
I know there's a plan afoot to pass a motion to receive and to refer it to staff for a response to the findings.
Yeah, I'll wait for that motion.
We can use that as the catalyst to achieve what you're attempting to achieve, but I don't think we can't unstuff the...
I would never ask for that, and I'm waiting to hear what that procedural motion is like.
Terrific. Seeing there's no more questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
The last time this was done, it was CCDI. You guys must remember that, right?
The graphic survey.
Employee engagement.
What year was that?
I was in HR when we did it.
That was a while ago then.
A long time.
Maybe 10 years.
I've been a deputy for almost 8 years, and it was before that.
Yeah. I remember it. I recall it, and so it was at least within the last 14 years.
It was like the first meeting that I came to when Rob was still the chair.
Was Rob the chair, or was that back in?
Rob was the chair.
Okay, well, we'll get that information for next time. So maybe when this referral motion comes along in a moment, maybe that's one of the things we can add on to it, is to please circulate the previous report so we have some context of the past as well. I think that'd be useful. Okay, I mentioned I was going to invite up the presidents of the respective unions for comments or feedback. Stu, do you want to come forward?
Sure, I think that Current have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were done.
Nope.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Thanks for sharing. I know you're president, so you have that skill set.
I was going to start waving. Just if we're coming back on those open ends, I think it's important to keep the alignment numerical, and when it says nothing, that should be at the top as opposed to reading all the way down to the bottom. For example, what could HRPS do to better support their employees? 41% saying nothing is something that I think statistically should be led with. So I just like to see those open-ended questions ordered in terms of values first.
Sure, if that's the preference. Yeah, usually we keep it at the bottom because they didn't say anything, so we want to focus on, like, you know, what people are actually saying. But if you want to reorder it so that it's actually in order of value, we can do that.
Well, I mean, if I was asked what could the chair do better, and I said nothing, that would be great, right?
Or really bad. That's true. To Lisa's point, though, I think that saying nothing is in fact responding in many cases. So.
Yeah, I mean, when they had the opportunity to, like, when they see this question, basically they see like a text box where they can write something, or they can click nothing and not say anything.
Deputy Chair,
To clarify that, does nothing mean they actually said nothing, or nothing means they didn't write anything?
There was an answer option, there was a button to say nothing, so they clicked nothing. They didn't write it, but they clicked on that option.
So it's a response.
So it's still a response, yeah. They didn't leave a blank.
Okay, thank you. Stu, you want to come forward? Thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to receiving the updated deck. Stand by in case there's any more questions as a result of any of the feedback.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chair Knoll, giving me an opportunity to weigh in on the survey and for the advance opportunity to review the information. Chair Knoll, Chief Tanner, and I have been meeting regularly since I took my position in January of this year. And I see this invitation as an extension of the goodwill that we fostered to be able to work together with the Board of the Service and the Association. And I'd like to sort of preface what I'm saying with respect to this survey, having consideration for the fact that I wasn't in my current position at the time that the task was undertaken. So I want to temper my comments with that understanding, because it's easy to criticize without having been part of the process. So I'd like to add that caveat just from the outset. It is incumbent on me, however, to look at the results and express concern where I find some. And by extension, use this as an opportunity to collaborate collectively to best determine the state and satisfaction of workplace health for all of my members. I expect that one of the most targeted areas, again, I wasn't here when the survey was undertaken, but one of the most targeted demographics for you to be concerned with would be frontline personnel. I can see from some of the questions, certainly from the Vice Chair, asking about our newer members and our frontline members. They are of great concern to me. And I've had many conversations with Chief Tanner and Chair Knoll about my concern for this group, given the lack of foundational supports and experience that surround them in our policing culture and environment today. There's greater stress on the front line than there has ever been, given the volume and types of occurrences that they're responding to in 2026, without mentioning the scrutiny and oversight both internally and from the public. So we're losing more constables in early stages of their career than we ever have, either to other services or simply leaving policing altogether. Understanding how we best support them in their development is crucial if we're going to right the ship. This is where the breakdown of the survey results become important. It's not about whether the results are positive or negative, and I can see that there's a lot of focus on that, both from the board and from our senior command. I'm not as concerned about that. I'm concerned about how we interpret who participated and who did not, and why they did not. So, firstly, of our nearly 1,300 members, only 560 people participated. Chair Knoll had asked me to promote participation in this process when the board was struggling to get participation and they ultimately needed to extend the deadline for completion. What I learned from my members, especially from the front line, when I solicited them for their input, was that they had a lot of concern about anonymity. To be honest, their honest response, they believed, if it were negative, could lead to punitive action. Whether or not their fear was founded, it is concerning that they feel that way. And we have to, I think, also understand that this is still a paramilitary organization. The second response was that this was yet another survey, perhaps an exercise in futility, and nothing ever changes. The results will be what the service, in quotes, wants them to be. So my own belief is that not only within this service, but in many, there is survey fatigue. We issue surveys to our members on a regular basis. And I believe that there likely is some merit to the statement that they don't believe that whatever they're going to respond is really, truly going to impact any level of change. So if we look at the breakdown a little bit closer, 44% of employees responded. That's 560 people. The more concerning stat, I think, I don't know how many recognize it in the presentation, is that 71% of respondents were supervisors who had someone reporting to them. That, to me, is a very important indicator. 398 people of your 560 are supervisors. They have very different priorities and mindset than your frontline officers or non-supervisory civilian staff as it relates to the organizational health and where they fit in the structure, where they see themselves fitting in within that structure. 53% of respondents work at headquarters. So we did discuss that briefly, or there were some questions around that. So that's 297 of the 560 are at headquarters. Majority of whom I would assume are either civilians or certainly aren't on the front line. That's not where our frontline officers, uniform officers are deployed. 25% for 20 Division, but that also incorporates our regional investigative services, that incorporates CBRG, that incorporates victim services. There's a large civilian contingent there and a large supervisory contingent there. 12 Division, 56 people. And again, if we're looking at 71% of 56 who are supervisors on average, that doesn't leave us a lot for frontline constables. 30 Division, which was the most surprising to me, because certainly with respect to the population of officers that we have there, they are not the least. And we only see 8% respondents, only 45 people. Again, if 71% are supervisors, that's concerning that we're not getting a response from our frontline personnel. And only 4% from 11 Division, so 22 people. We have nearly 300 constables in frontline patrol. So based on that breakdown, it's only possible that 162, in a best case scenario where everyone who was not a supervisor, only 162 constables could have responded in this survey. That's assuming that none of the 162 were either civilians or officers working in specialized units, which I just simply don't believe is the case. So I'd say in a best case scenario, you're looking at less than 100 frontline officers that responded to this. And if this is a police services member engagement survey, we need to have a response from our frontline constables. So where do we go from here? This is obviously the board survey to interpret how you see fit. But in that Chair Knoll has asked for my feedback, I want to provide what I think is optimism in that we can use this survey as a learning experience more than definitive analysis to the state of satisfaction for the service. It becomes an opportunity. It's an opportunity to work together to target that group that we're talking about, to rebuild trust in processes. That's for us as well, certainly at the association, to see how we can aid in this process, to maybe put some of their concerns at ease and be part of the process, to encourage member engagement. The association and I remain committed, and Chair Knoll and Chief Tanner and I have spoken about this, and I'm excited to work collaboratively with you on where we go from here. But I do think that, you know, those areas that I've mentioned need to be considered strongly before we put too much weight on anything that we extract from this survey. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to talk.
Great, thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask board members for questions, and I do have a question for you. If nobody else has anything. I'm not seeing any. So I am concerned, I'm concerned about a number of fronts. I mean, there's lots of good stuff here, but there's areas of concern, as you mentioned as well. One of the concerns I have is your statement about the concern of anonymity. One of the reasons why I think it was really important for the board to do this survey is I think it perceptionally takes it one step away from their direct supervisors or the command staff. How do we do better in assuring your membership and the SOA membership? How do we do better to give them the confidence to fill out these surveys and participate in these feedback opportunities without concern of reprisal?
Well, I think we have to look at things honestly with respect to where trust lies within your rank and file, and it's because it's different depending on where people work. And like I said, in a paramilitary organization, there is not just a fear, but I think there's also a want to please with respect to your supervisors. A want to do well, and I think there's a fear to acknowledge sometimes the things that you don't understand, certainly within that demographic of new and young officers who are overwhelmed with information. I think it's multifaceted. So when we think about the areas where they don't trust, it's important to think about where they do trust, and I think that's where the association has to put its money where its mouth is, to say that we want to be part of a process where we're willing to stand behind it and say that you don't need to worry about anonymity. We're committed to that, and if there is any nonsense, then obviously we're willing to take that, take the heat for that as well. But again, that would also mean that we would need to be part of the process of putting something together that we believed had merit. And we believed that, our input was also valuable with respect to what it was you were trying to extract.
I will say that going into this, we went into this with that in mind, or at least I did, and one of the ways we tried to help get ahead of that particular issue is we actually went to President Bell and said, here's a copy of the questions. Do you have any suggestions? Perhaps, as you suggested, and I think that's what you're suggesting, is that instead of just going that far, we actually work directly with you and share the process.
Yeah, and I can't speak to my predecessor, but what I can say is that I think this not just being a Halton Police Services Board survey, that it being a Police Services Board and Halton Regional Police Association survey. Joint endeavor.
SOA.
Yeah, and SOA, absolutely.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. Chief?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First of all, thank you, Stu. I know it's very true. We have a good working relationship, and we'll continue that. We've had that now. Stu would be the 6th president, I think, since I came back here in 2012. There's always a positive relationship. And I think we know that from different measures that aren't necessarily analytical. When police associations go away to conferences and hear what's happening around Ontario or across Canada, they often come back and realize that things are, let's just say, more positive here. We don't have to put a number on that. But I think there is maybe a mistitling of this graph on page 14. I think it actually says at the top that 71% have staff reporting to them. I think the graph is actually showing 29%. Yeah. So we just want to make sure that we have that right. I don't think it's 71% of 560 people are saying they're supervisors of some sort. So if you have a look at the actual graph, and maybe the presenter can bring that back up, just so we can clarify that before it comes out. But I do agree with Stu. We will have younger people here in frontline duties who will, for one reason or another, be less likely to answer a survey. They may feel they haven't been here long enough. They may feel that it's not anonymous. Appreciate all of those things, and so on. Hopefully we can work through some of that, and we'll also look at the distribution across the region. I think we will have a lot more people at headquarters in civilian positions, management or not, who are in very positive roles and not frontline, dealing with some of the issues that our frontline constables deal with, dealing with important work. But I think you'll see some skewing of the results. But in general, I think it's quite positive. But I just bring your attention to this. I think the graph is actually saying the opposite of what it says at the top.
No, it's 28% of respondents have staff reporting directly to them is what it says, and that's what the pie chart says. But notwithstanding the numbers, I do take, it says 28% of respondents have staff reporting directly to them, not the 71%.
I think the point was that, I believe it was 71% were reporting to, I think.
No, Stu had mentioned that, and I get that. But
so let me clarify this. I think we had an earlier copy of this, and that would have been presented.
Yeah, mine reports 7 out of 10.
This one says 7 out of 10, and the one on the screen is 3 out of 10. So I think the mistake was realized and fixed.
Yeah.
But you were going on what you had.
Correct. Yeah. There was a change to that.
So no harm, no foul. But notwithstanding that, it's still a relevant point to take.
Yeah.
Because I mean, would it be accurate to suggest that 29% of the service have people reporting to them? Because it sounds like it's still an issue of a skewing of.
I think either way, even if we leave the supervisory aspect aside, when you look at the breakdown, just simply based on where people are responding from and their capacity to be able to respond, our frontline personnel work out of the districts. Our new officers are working out of the districts, and those numbers to me are concerning. Those are the areas where people are not as engaged to respond. In 30 Division, I guess, would be sort of the one shining star that we should all be paying attention to. And we need to ask ourselves why. It's great. My members work at headquarters as well in civilian capacity, and if they're responding and they're willing to engage. But I think if we look at a member survey that's happened 10 years ago to this point today, what's changed in the landscape of policing in those 10 years? And it's frontline, it's the makeup and the look of our frontline, what they're dealing with out there and how we support them, and how successful they're being early on in those stages of their career. And I think, so for me, that's the one concerning element. I think there are some positives certainly as well, but
I wasn't trying to diminish what you were saying.
No, I didn't take it that way.
I'm supporting your comment. I want, for clarity though, we're just making sure that we have the right numbers in front of us because the demographics of this thing are still a little concerning. It's not quite as bad, but it's still certainly something we need to work on. So we talked about the issue of the concerns around anonymity. What about efficacy of a survey? What would you suggest would be an appropriate timing for doing this on an ongoing basis? We shouldn't be waiting 10 years to do this again.
No, I would agree. Yeah, I think also acknowledging where we've fallen down or where maybe you didn't extract the information that you would hope to through this process. Doing that in some way to the membership, I think, would go a long way to encourage future engagement. Acknowledging when we made a mistake is oftentimes a better symbol of strength than it is anything else. And I think it would go a long way as far as, members believing that there could be an impact of any future endeavor. So, but again, that could be for, another discussion at another time in greater length where we could put our heads together.
Yeah, well, I would welcome that opportunity because I think that, as you said, this is not just, the results aren't just I can't even talk. These aren't just the statistics. It's also the experience itself we can learn from and build better processes and to make sure that we're able to capture this information on a more timely and accurate basis. Anyway, really appreciate your presentation. That was excellent. Thank you.
And thanks for the time.
And please know that the board does take this extraordinarily seriously. This doesn't just end here. We pay for this as a tool to do better, not simply to receive and file. So please pass on your membership that we will be working through this and finding out how we can use this as a way to enhance your members' experience and their workplace experience as well.
Will do. That's encouraging. Thank you.
Members of the board, are there any further comments or questions before we go to a motion on this? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Chris, you originally said you didn't want to say anything, but I'll re-offer the opportunity. You've opened up the floor. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. I won't take much of your time, but appreciate the opportunity to participate and comment. Want to thank the board for providing the opportunity to the membership to provide their input and feedback. So thank you. I, along with Laura Pucci, I represent 40 members of our Senior Officers Association. I just want to reiterate that the SOA is committed to working with the service and our executive leadership team. Based on the survey and the results and the communication I've had with members of the SOA, we feel this is a positive place for our sworn and for our civilian members. We currently have a great relationship with the police board, with our chief, with our deputies, and our HR leadership, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. In terms of the numbers and response, certainly we didn't get a 100% response rate for the survey. It's our view at the SOA that the survey results speak to an organization which is willing to listen and learn from our membership. And I also recognize that the majority of responses that would have come from the SOA, those people are housed here at headquarters and work out of headquarters. So we're committed to working with the executive leadership team, and we'll work in collaboration with President McDonald and the HRPA to encourage membership engagement moving forward. So in my current role within the organization as an inspector, I know firsthand how challenging it can be to get members to complete surveys. So I know firsthand this is not an isolated incident. So the number 44% can be a little bit shocking, but it can be challenging to get that up. So, but we are committed as SOA to encourage member participation and heighten that moving forward.
That's great. And actually, you raised a good point. I meant to ask somebody this question. So I'm assuming that within the service, and I don't have direct line of sight to this, I imagine you do your own internal survey work as well on different topics of concern. Would that be an accurate thing to say? What kind of response rates do you guys get back when you send out surveys or requests for feedback?
I think we ask for feedback more often than we do surveys. I could see the board or some combination of us doing a survey of frontline members to get around the issue of skewing everything. To Stu's good points on that. We could do a frontline police officer, whatever that definition is. We also have communicators that are frontline. But I think there's a number of different ways we can do that. I'm just looking quickly because the HR report is coming up on the board agenda. I think on the uniform side, we're about 19% of our 872 uniformed people are supervisors at some rank, because there's over about 104, 105 of those are sergeants. So about 19%, not 30%. And then we'd have some units that are a much smaller groups with a sergeant or a supervisor. And similarly, I think we can look at the civilian side. Not to say that we are 30% supervisors, but we're probably 20-ish, just to put that in perspective. But thanks, Chris.
Thank you. I have one question for you. The question I asked President McDonald a couple moments ago, and that is in terms of this issue around anonymity. I imagine, first of all, do you concur with that observation? That anonymity was a potential factor in the what was perceived as a low response rate?
I think it always is. I think when we put surveys out, regardless if it's coming from within the organization or from the board, anonymity will always be a factor.
Do you have any suggestions on how we can potentially deal with that? You can take it back and think about it.
I certainly have to take it back and think about it, but it's always a factor. It always comes up in every conversation when a survey does come out, for sure.
Well, let's have this conversation, the HRPA, SOA, command, and the board. Let's have a conversation about how we learn from that piece. I mean, there's lots of learnings from the survey, but even the actual execution of surveys, I think is something we need to have a conversation about so that we can get closer to gaining the trust and confidence of the staff complements who be willing to participate in this exercise. Fred, you had a comment?
Just that the internal surveys that I've seen that have been run by associations get higher response rates. So the whole concept of partnering.
Yeah.
And the reason I say partnering, Stu, is this was driven by the board had set a strategic objective and a strategic plan about member engagement and well-being, which indicates the board's priorities. And there's certain information that the board needs to be able to govern strategically, and it needs a survey to inform it, right? So if you'd run your own survey on this, it might not have the questions that the board needs in it. I think the whole concept of partnering is a great one, and maybe a different distribution media through the association, maybe is the way to do it, or something like that, to boost either the overall response rate, or perhaps some targeted demographics in the general employment population.
I can just also add to Chris's point. I mean, we're teaching young police officers to know and not trust anyone. That was, Deputy Chief Hill and I have talked about. The reality is that is how they think. The second reality is when we're defending our members for discipline issues, they know and understand that there's nothing that's not there's nothing that's irretrievable. If they're working on a police computer system or a police cell phone, and so if that's the means by which we're sending this information out, I think it's logical that they would have some level of suspicion.
Really good point.
We're wearing microphones, all of these things, we have in-car camera systems, all of that information can be accessed at some point if we need it down the road. So, I mean, those are things I think to consider. I'm sure you've discussed those things, but maybe to consider moving forward for what the next model looks like.
I think that's something Stu and I could connect with, maybe moving forward, that have come from an HRPA SOA lens as well. I think that would certainly increase participation, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Chris. Do you have a question for Chris? Or?
Yeah, no, I just want to make a point to Stu's comments that he just made now about the trust level. That's why I think it would be very helpful to find out how that 44% compares to whatever that last survey was, 6 years, 10 years, to see if people had the same reservation then as they do now.
I mean, I would just be speaking anecdotally, but certainly from a cultural perspective, I was here and I remember that last survey, and I'm sure if everybody's open and honest and candid about it, they'll tell you that those same suspicions existed at that time. I can't speak to the participation levels, but I would imagine they were probably quite close.
It would be interesting, and that's one thing I do recall distinctly about that survey when it came back, was that the response rate was low and the feedback was even more significant in terms of the trust factor, because I think at that time the survey was managed internally. Well, I mean, the board's internal too, but the survey was managed by Jeff. So I'm just kidding.
Niche or Carol.
From the beginning, that explains a lot.
Niche or Carol.
Jeff. I'm pretty sure.
Blame it on me. I can hear you, I know. I know you got broad shoulders, so I can leave it on you. Feel okay, HR complaint.
Thank you so much to our union presidents. That was really excellent feedback. We really appreciate it, and thank you, Stu, for acknowledging the way that we are communicating on a regular basis. That's a really important piece for this board, is to have that relationship with the HRP and the SOA, and we really value it, and we really value your willingness to facilitate it. So thank you for that, and same to you, Chris. I know you're relatively new to the job. Oh, sorry, I'm pointing you over there. Same to you, Chris. I don't know why. I think you're still at the podium. I'm seeing ghosts. Same to you. I know that you've been in the job less time and your colleagues. So we really value that feedback, and let's keep that going on this matter and beyond.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Members of the board, there's one action we have to take, and that is receiving, but I know that there's some interest in potentially moving forward with how we, I won't say dispose of, but how we continue to act on this. So I know Rod wanted to say something. Did you have a suggested motion?
I can also be happy to make the motion.
Yeah, can you make it? Let's do that.
To receive it with a request to clarify some of the terminology used in making clear what the responses relate to. Okay. So I'd make that motion.
Can we add to your motion on a friendly basis? Can we add also requesting that the service provide, that the command, the service provide a response with any plans to address any issues that were raised under this in the survey? I'm sorry, you have a motion.
I pre-drafted a motion and I just emailed it to you.
So let me find that and I'll read it out and see if this works for you. Okay, so Rod, this may be your motion, was that the employee engagement survey results be received and that the executive team report back to the board prior to the May 28, 2026 meeting outlining the improvements to be implemented based on the employee engagement survey results, and that the previous employee engagement survey results be released for review. The only thing I would ask is, instead of saying outlining improvements, I would simply say response to, because it could be, wouldn't just necessarily be improvements. It could also be responding to, observations, positive aspects, as well as some of the ones that are not as positive. So I just want to leave it more open-ended, if that's okay.
And there should be reference to clarifications where appropriate.
Yeah, okay. So the employee engagement survey results be received, and that forum research be requested to adjust the presentation to better reflect the intent of the questions. I think that was what we identified as an issue. Is that accurate? Yeah. Okay. And then the other clause, outlining the improvements, is simply to say that the executive team report back to the board prior to the May 28, 2026 meeting with a response to the employee engagement survey results. Does that work?
So moved.
Okay. Comments, questions? Do you have all that? I guess you can get off the recording afterwards anyway. Okay. So that's the question, or that's the motion, ladies and gentlemen. Are you prepared to vote? The Chief. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Oh, and Kevin. Kevin first.
Through the chair, knowing this is likely to come onto my radar screen with human resources and agricultural, I wonder if it'd be possible to ask for 2 months, given that these reports are generally due in 2 weeks, to get them in time for your publication cycle. 2 weeks is a pretty quick turnaround for us to digest this.
Okay.
And
are you okay with that change? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking now.
Yeah. Yeah, you said it the last minute, yeah.
Chief, that's why I was waving my.
And then once the changes are made by the company that did it, that will come back to you, and then you'll disseminate it again to us in the final form.
So we'll ask Forum to send those to Jessica, and then Jessica can circulate it to everybody and append it to the minutes of the meeting as well.
Okay, and then on the distribution of it, it'll probably be on your website primarily. We will probably distribute it, even though it's a board survey, to our membership with some comments, because Lama and her team are already working on some messaging that we should do. Thank you for the members who did respond, and here's some of the general findings, but that should also come out in can go to all of the members somehow fairly quickly, so we can look after that.
I would agree with that, but the only thing I would ask is, in respect to the fact that it is a board survey, if whatever communication goes out, that it could be a joint communique from the board and the service, so that, again, we're connecting the dots to the board's involvement with this.
I think it's important in that communique to make a commitment that
Lama said it's okay.
a commitment to act. Yeah, commitment to learn, commitment to act, commitment to work with the associations. Because these things are really backfire if employees think they fall on deaf ears, right?
Okay, we have a motion, and do we have a seconder of that motion? Ingrid seconding. Can I ask if this is a valuable thing to do as well, in that motion, to also invite the HRPA and the SOA to submit their own findings? I know they presented them verbally, but if they could maybe, they were so excellent to both of you. I keep looking for Chris over here. Why aren't you over there? If those comments were so valuable, I think it'd be worth putting them in writing and including them in that presentation that we get back, so that we can have a fulsome view on the outcomes of this survey, and really make it a valuable tool, and rather than just a perfunctory exercise. So if that's okay with you, we can't direct them, we can invite them. We can invite the HRPA and the SOA to provide their response to the survey as well. Is that okay?
Yes.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Yeah.
Okay. Further comments or questions? All in favor? That is carried. Okay, thanks everybody. That was excellent. And
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
yeah.
I've done some digging and just to get your response rate. So we did a survey in 2016. It was commented here that it was a positive response of 65%.
Oh, it was 65? Oh, wow.
We then held another survey in 2019, and we had a 27% response.
That's what I was thinking about. I guess.
27?
We've also held two other related surveys, one on demographics and one on EDI. And we don't have the response rates. They were done by a third party through CCDI on behalf of a joint initiative which Vice Chair was speaking to in 2017. But those were not internal member surveys. They were more about demographics and inclusion. That was the Barbara Herring report, if you recall that. So really, you have to go back to 2016 and 2019 for our last internal member surveys. 65% in 2016, 27% in 2019.
Do you have the actual results, top sheets?
I'm digging them up right now.
Can you include them? I'll work with whoever's, I assume Kevin is the responder here. Could you work with Kevin and make sure that those are included in your report as well, so we have an opportunity to review them?
Context.
Context?
Yeah, whatever we can grab.
Fantastic. That's going to be very, very helpful. Thanks, everybody. That was some good work. Okay, let's have a look where we are on this agenda. I think we just got out of presentations. Wow. Okay.
Information report.
It's 12:02. Do we want to break for lunch? Board members, how do you feel? Do you want to break for lunch now, or do you want to plod through? Because we have the full public agenda still ahead of us, because we just finished presentations. Would you rather break now and then reconvene after, say, 30 minutes for lunch?
I think.
Okay. Okay.
It's still lengthy.
It's still quite a bit.
Confidential.
It's still quite a bit. So I'm going to recess this meeting until 12:32. Meeting at 12:46. The first matter of business is moving the chief's office to the basement.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Far end of the range.
Louise, you voted on that. Are we rolling? Oh.
Now we are.
Okay, good. Okay, members of the board, I want to draw your attention to the information items which start on 3.1 and go to 3.5. I know there's a separation on 3.5, which is the Crime Stoppers report. I'll ask one last time, are there any further separations? Seeing none, I will report for those who may be watching. 3.1 is the seized fund statement. 3.2 is the 2025 Service Vehicles Collisions and Damages report. 3.3 is the 2025 audit report. 3.4 is the 2025 Q1 Human Resources Summary. Can I get a motion to approve 3.1 through 3.4, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Ingrid. All in favor? That's carried. 3.5, you have a question on the Crime Stoppers quarterly update.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As I look at this statement, I'm just curious, under April, what are the $50,000 that represent property recovered? $50,000. One of the biggest amounts they've ever reported. It happened in April. Do we have any information on that?
Just through the chair, Crime Stoppers will report a total value of drugs seized, property recovered. That could be a number of different things. I don't think it would be a vehicle per se, but when you come across like stolen jewelry from a break and enter because of a tip, that would equate into that calculation.
It just jumps out as being such a large amount.
Jessica?
Would you like me to email them and inquire as to what it's from?
I think it would be good and circulate as a memo to the board. But could you also, with support of the board, I would like to actually request that when Crime Stoppers presents us with a report, that they show up for the report so there can be questions answered. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we get my receipt of that item, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded by? Thank you, Samira. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to section 4, our adequate and effective policing section, the 2027 budget directions. Members of the board, thank you for everybody attending our budget workshop. Thanks, Carrie and team, for organizing that. That was really useful. And really moving in the direction that we wanted to move into in terms of early involvement of the board in the process. So thank you for that. You'll note that the current budget direction that we're going to send over to the region is proposed to be 9.4%. Does anybody have any questions on this? Carrie, do you have any further feedback on this at all, by the way?
No, I would just say that the 9.4% is consistent with the forecast that we did as part of the 2026 approved budget.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, could you remind us over the last 2 years how many times the regional council has increased the final budget over what was presented by the board? That would be the last 2 years, so 2026 and 2025. I'd have to go back if you want me to go back further than that. Okay, my memory recalls that I was adding in the public safety unit last year, and then adding an increase allotment for uniformed staff, just uniform, not civilian staff the year prior. So, I think what we're doing this time, in my mind, is level setting what the expectations are instead of coming in very low or lower, because we've had that patterning express the priority around community safety across all municipalities in Halton region, and this is a very accurate number that I think we will come forward with and only identify any increases on the direction of regional council.
I think the reality is that this is the first time we've actually, I think, turned the tables a little bit to say this is what we anticipate, and therefore we don't set a budget direction that's unachievable, which is what's happened in the past. So as Carrie mentioned, as the CFO mentioned, this is consistent with what we anticipated was going to be the case this year. So I think it's a good best practice that we get ahead of the game and not work towards an artificially created number that sometimes occurs. So I'm pleased with that. And I think that this number reflects the additional police officers that our communities are clamoring for to support public safety and both the perception and the reality of the changing dynamics of crime. So I'm very comfortable with this, as much as I would love it to be a lot less, obviously. For our ratepayers, I think it's a responsible approach to improve our cop-to-pop ratio and really make a commitment to getting more boots on the street.
So Chair, just a follow-up question then. This is not the final and definitive. Might there be an opportunity to still provide a suite of options as has been previous practice to allow regional council to favor what they would like to see at the very end?
So we don't actually, that's not an option we give to the council. That's an option that the board has, because remember, the council's given a request for funding, not to approve a budget. So what we submit to the region is not, these are the things we'd like to do. Last year was an anomaly where the council actually jumped in and said, we want you to consider this particular program. It's not the way that police budgeting normally works. Police budgeting is really the delivery of estimates for the requirements around funding, not about the specific budget. So we wouldn't ever present options to council on funding. That would be something that the board has to make the decision on. We have shown our math in the past where we've said these are the three options that the board had to consider, and this is the one we picked, so that they understood that those options were, but those weren't being presented to the region for their consideration. Having said that, 2 years ago, they did pick up on one of the options that wasn't necessarily presented for their consideration. It was presented to, again, show the math so the council knew what we were wrestling with.
And that's why I'm making sure for any of our thousands of viewers online that they know a little bit more about the process and what has been past practice and what is going forward and what the roles are between the different parties.
Yeah, absolutely. Full transparency on this process is critical, particularly in a topic as relevant and as important as public safety.
Sure, and then just a follow-up question that I have heard from community, and maybe our CGO can answer. So I've had inquiries saying when the police board brings a budget forward, does the community have the opportunity to scrutinize it line by line? And I believe there's some legislation perhaps wrapped around that. Would anyone be able to provide clarity on that?
Yeah. CGO?
Yeah, the municipality can speaks to the totality of the budget, not line by line. That's the board's role. And David, perhaps you could be more succinct than me.
Yeah, you make my head explode, I agree with him. Region just approves that budget. The board is the one who decides what
funding envelope.
So, which is not what happened in the last two regional council meetings. However, it being additional funds moved by a former member of this board who actually knew what the rules were, better than the alternative.
Let me try to help you, Lisa. I think what you're looking for, let me try to interpret, let me try to rephrase, because it's a good question.
I'll help you too. I'm level setting expectations.
Yeah.
If the public believes there is an opportunity to scrutinize the police budget line by line as presented by the police board,
yes,
is that a possibility under the current legislation?
Thank you. So, I mean, I believe it is, but Carrie, do you have any feedback on this?
I'll perhaps defer this to
legal.
Sure. Just through you, Mr. Chair. I know that particular process was discussed when the CSPA was being amended, and at the end of the day, the process for budget approval remains the same. As you pointed out, the board presents their estimates, but it is not a line-by-line submission.
Okay, I think we need to, so I think what Lisa's asking, and I think maybe we're all nibbling around this because we start talking about the regional council. I think the question is there an opportunity at the board public process, public, to actually see a line-by-line budget? So I think that's the question here. Is that correct? Is that what you're looking for?
I'm just looking to level set expectations of what might be asked for and what can be delivered.
So when the budget's presented to the board and we go through the budget workshop and such, we see, not quite line by line, but we certainly see more detail in the budget. Is there an opportunity And what would the response be if the public were to say, we want to see a line-by-line budget? And Madam CFO, you're familiar obviously with municipal budgeting, and you know that budget books that come out from the region, Peel and Halton, they're very detailed. Is that something that can be made available should there be an interest on the part of the public?
Through the chair, so there's definitely the opportunity through the board's public session to discuss the budget in terms of more detail. I think we would need to take back whether or not there would be value in a line-by-line or a need in a line-by-line, but I think the more important thing is the ability for the board to articulate the need for the funding that's coming through the request for the budget and the outcomes that will be achieved through that request.
So I want to clarify, so I don't think it's whether there's a need on our part, I think the question is really about public disclosure and public participation in the process. So there's, in municipal funding, there's an inherent right, and some people take us up on it, to actually see the budget book, which is often at the regional and the municipal, at the local levels, which is often line by line. You got your account number, the expenditures, and even sometimes the description of the service, and that's provided on a very detailed basis. So whether or not the service sees it as valuable, if the public sees it as valuable, is this something that can be provided?
Through the chair, so absolutely there could be transparent information provided to describe what's included within the budget.
Okay. Does that help? Oh, and just one last, I just want to just around the circle, around the square on this one. Is there any legal reason why that can't happen?
Through Mr. Chair, no, there are.
I'm sorry?
There are no restrictions on that.
Okay, I just want to hear that from somebody that's
Restrictions are on council.
No, I'm talking about at the board level. That's why I said divorce this from the council process, to talking about the budget process at the board level, where we own the budget. Chief.
Well, I guess it's a question of how complex the whole process could become, because we've gone through the process on the projection of what we expect the budget to be at. There will be a lot of work that has to go in to get the budget down to 9.4%. There'll be a lot of cuts. There'll be a lot of uniform and civilian positions that are put forward as requests that we will turn down before we get to the 9.4. So if the board wanted everything broke down line by line, which most people would not look at in most instances, so that a member of the public could look at that and question whether the tactical team gets a piece of equipment A or the K-9 unit gets A or B, I don't think any feedback you get from that would be meaningful for the board other than the idea of transparency. Because if someone comes back and says that we don't agree with this, it's a board decision ultimately on adequacy and effectiveness. And it would be sort of ironic to do it at that stage, and then when we go, because the board actually approves the budget, it's the board's budget. By the time you approve it, we go to regional council and they don't have the ability to do that. So I don't know why we would open the process unnecessarily to complaints or concerns where people might ought not to have that point of view. So I just caution the board on, if you're asking if we can do a line-by-line budget, we can do it, but the board doesn't usually ask for that, even for the board. So just work through the process of what that would look like.
Well, with great respect, we have asked for that in the past, and that's actually where we'd like to get at some point in the future, to have a budget book similar to the way the municipality operates. And that's been, I don't think we expect that necessarily this year, but it's certainly something we've been working towards, to have more involvement in that process and understand the minutiae, not the tactical minutiae, but the departmental side minutiae. But there certainly is a right of the public, these are their dollars, to see line by line. And nobody, I don't think, is asking to see the departmental requests line by line. I think what it is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, because Lisa, you started this questioning, but based on our experience at the municipal council tables, the line by line that we see is what the staff are recommending at the end of the day. So what the finance staff and what the internal processes have determined to be the recommendation. So what makes up the 9.4, not what makes up the 22% that you started out with, and you have to tell everybody they can't have the things they want. It's the in this case, the 9.4. What makes up that 9.4?
We'll certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I know the questions about, like, can the public get this information? Question to, CGO and yourself, you guys are tenured on the board. In the past, have we had a public meeting to get feedback? Do other services have a public meeting to get feedback? Because if it is our responsibility, then yes, we're asking for that, but we also haven't opened the door for public feedback, and is that something we should have been doing that this has come up?
CGO? Some other boards do the public surveys for public input to the budgeting process. Ottawa is one, I think London's another. They're both customers of a consulting company called Edge, which tells them they shouldn't be doing that. They should be engaging the public for input to the strategic plan. Because the whole concept is we want the public to identify their expectations for policing and including outcomes. And we facilitating the police to figure out how best to achieve those outcomes. If you ask the public to say, what should we spend the money on, they're starting to get into the management's job. And it just muddies the whole process, because now you end up spending money on things that some vocal people have been talking about are needed, but that's not necessarily what the collective group has told you in the strategic planning process.
100%. Because I'm trying to understand it. We're saying that the public should have this. So if we share this line-by-line budget, it's a purpose of just sharing it, not necessarily getting feedback.
Transparency.
So it's just transparency, no feedback. Because, what are we going to do if people line up and saying, hey, then, so I just wanted to make it clear. So we're saying, is that information available for transparency, not for feedback?
Well, both, because again,
Brad just said we shouldn't be getting feedback.
You shouldn't be eliciting public input to the budgeting process. Can you be transparent? Yes.
Yeah.
I think if you had a program-based budgeting process, you would elicit much more interesting public comment. Why are you spending this much on these policing services when we need those ones more? What's our return on investment on this area? It's costing X millions of dollars, we're not seeing anything.
One part of the region versus the other.
Well, that could be too.
So fundamentally, I understand where you are coming from, CGO, but I don't think that is in compliance with what is considered best practice in public finance. Best practice in public finance, I think the law in public finance is you have to show how the sausage is made. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Do we want to encourage people to be micromanaging the budget? No, because they're not professionals. But do the public have a right to see it? Should they want to see it? Absolutely do.
I am saying that.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here.
I'm saying that.
Okay. Technically, you're supposed to ultimately create a budget around your strategic plan, and that should be the process. And that,
exactly.
Yeah.
So what Ottawa is doing is they're actually asking the public before they're creating the budget.
Yeah.
And it's totally out of sync with the strategic plan. What they're getting, because they're not asking, what do you want these services to be for you, to provide for you? They're saying, where do you want the money spent? You know what I mean, Steve?
Which actually speaks to one of the things I would love to do if I have the opportunity to come back here next year. I'd love to get us into a situation where we develop a 4-year budget based on our 4-year business plan. And then do, in-year reality checks to determine where there are adjustments made, and that way you're making a budget, and you're not, that meets the strategic plan, and you're not, spending staff's valuable time rewriting the budget every year when they should be spending their time on delivering services. Deputy.
Just a question, or if you did a line by line and you gave it to the public, being full transparent, would you run the risk of, if it was the full everything, would you run the risk of providing confidential information that we shouldn't show? For example, would that betray what contracts were negotiated, the price, or what money we've been dedicating to specific contracts? In the world of enforcement and intelligence, would that relay and show operational confidential information based on how much money we've spent or where we dedicate money and what's showing, again, our full contribution or our full abilities of doing different things that we intentionally keep confidential for the purposes of within the rules that we're allowed to do already. I mean, there is an in-camera component to this that we follow specific rules. If you turn over your whole line by line, I may be overthinking this, but you could potentially defeat that whole system. And even when we do the budget process with your process for your budget, we identify those things, but it's not necessarily line by line full thing. So that'd be my only worry of actually going down that road. Like if you say it's fully transparent, it may not be fully transparent unless you deem it to be.
Well, I mean, there's always exceptions, you know, and I think that's one of the exceptions. And I think it's something we should explore to determine, you know, how to achieve that. And when you say line by line, I'm not sure if we necessarily say we're going to spend this much on you know, wiretapping services. You know, I think it'd be more along the lines of, you know, intelligence. It would be, you know, those like more broad categories that don't betray vendors, don't betray trade secrets, terms of art, things like that. That's my belief. I don't know. I'm just ruminating at this point, but it's certainly something we should be prepared for in case there is an interest. There certainly is a greater interest in the public on transparency, and you know, we could very well, to Lisa's point, have people come forward and say, I really want to understand how we get to 9.4. Show me the math. And so we need to be able to answer that question when that time comes. The board certainly wants to be able to see the math. And we do.
And for Carrie's purposes, obviously, that should be something perhaps in the future we should discuss that greater, just because line by line, I know means something completely different to Carrie. It means something completely different to me. We want to produce what's the very best for what you want, but I can say there's very much a different opinion on what that sounds like and looks like. We're obviously different than what the region produces by the very nature of the services that we do.
Yeah. But let's consign this to you folks to give this some consideration and thought, particularly because our budget process is a little extended this year. There may be some time to give that some additional thought as we go along. I'm going to go to Lisa and then Carrie.
I'll just guide you to my reference. So it's the CSTA and it's section 50, Municipal Board Finances, and it's actually subsection 4 and 5, which is budget and same. And it's there that I was looking at the legislation which speaks to the establishment of the overall budget for the municipal board for the purposes described, which is adequate and effective policing. And so I think what I was looking for was some nuance around what that aggregate looks like versus a line by line, and how we thread those two objectives to the cautions of which you rightly stated, Deputy Hill, and to the obligation that we have to community policing. And so it's within that context that I was looking for, you know, status quo enhancement, or, you know, hopefully not less, around that engagement piece as related to the go-forward basis of the budget, because we've already done fabulous work leading in year over year and stacking on our budget process, particularly with the early workshop, which we're seeing in real time right now with this current statement, the regular item before us. It was that section for interpretation under section 50 of the Policing Act, subsection 4 and 5, that I was looking for a little bit more around.
Okay, I'm going to be Carrie then to the chief, and then let's try to wrap this up with some staff direction on how we want to move forward with that, plus the resolution itself. Carrie?
Through the chair, so just in terms of next steps, I'm happy to work with the board in terms of format and level of detail through the coming months in terms of what you're looking for October session.
And maybe you could internally talk about the deputy's concerns as well, and figure out how, like, what the options are. Let's do this from a position of knowledge and safety and all those other things that go along with it. Because I think that the deputy raises some very good points.
Absolutely, happy to bring something back.
Thank you. Put that on the agenda. Okay. Chief.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at, I think what we do collectively is a very good job between the board and the service of explaining what the increases are. And we'll do the same thing, we've already done it, basically for the 9.4 projection, where that would put staff increase on the sworn or the civilian side, and why, and where the IT expenses would be. And so everything will be baked into that. on a line-by-line basis of explaining what 9.4 is, if that's what the number is. We're yet to see if it's actually 9.4 or give or take, whatever that may end up, and that's the board's decision. Ultimately, so will the 9.4. So there'll be a very detailed breakdown in charts and all sorts of things of where the 9.4% increase comes from. And I think the public would, most of the public would very reasonably and easily understand what that is and why it is.
We shouldn't put ourselves in the position of being the public in this case, because we can't anticipate what the expectations are. And again, I think that drawing some experience from the municipal finance world, I've been involved in approving 25 budgets in a row, and I can tell you that we do have times when people really want to see the math. They really want to get into it and understand it. Not necessarily the entire budget book, but there's certain areas that people have particular interest in. They really want to understand how you arrived on something. So I just think we just need to be prepared for those sorts of questions coming forward, so that we're not twisting in the breeze when we're trying to respond to that question. But I do appreciate the strides we've made, which are substantial, in the board's participation in the budget process, and the board actually feeling good about understanding their budget, because ultimately you're preparing the budget for our approval, so we have ownership of that. We've made great strides in that regard, but we just need to be cognizant of the fact that as budgets continue to seem to ramp up everywhere, and the public are more and more sensitive to taxes and taxation, that we need to be prepared for the fact that we may be at a point where we may have Toronto-style budget deliberations that we don't necessarily want to have, because they are long and sometimes vexatious. But I think we need to be prepared for that in the future. At least have a plan to deal with it if it were to come to pass. Good caution on the part of Lisa. I appreciate you bringing that discussion up. Okay, so there's a couple things here then. We have the motion in front of us, which is the budget direction of 9.4%. So the recommendation is that the Halton Police Board proceed for planning purposes with a 2027 budget forecast increase of 9.4% of this report before the Halton region to inform development of the regional 2027 budget directions. Is there a motion for this? Maybe we should combine what else we wanted to do in here as well. So, okay, CGO, do you want to tell us what you're thinking?
That the service report, budget planning transparency options at the June meeting. Does that make sense?
Sorry, could you repeat the second part of that?
So it's process options for increasing transparency to the public. That's what you're looking at, right?
So can you read, because what you said was perfect. Why don't you just read that again?
The service report, budget process and transparency options at the June meeting. Okay, that gives you a chance to talk with the deputies about what that might look like and what has to be protected from public viewing in the process. I'm seeing a lot of people.
Deputy Hill, you clearly have something to say.
It's not really, with greatest respect, it's not really guidance. It feels like we're just kind of making something up. Like we're going to go back and not be sure what it is you're asking us to do. We're not sure what you're trying to accomplish at the end. It's kind of a theoretical conversation we're having right now. So it could be, we'll do anything you want, but it could be anything from here's every single line to we continue to do exactly what we're doing today because we think that accomplishes, quite honestly, what you're talking about. To what I think was the cheese box.
I'm just trying to put.
I know you are, but
comments.
I think that our CFO, who is incredibly qualified in the world of municipal finance, will have a good sense of what the possibility or what the typical reporting protocols are at the municipal finance level. So I would suggest you start there. Look at how the municipalities report out, use that as your baseline, and then determine from there what has to be protected for tactical reasons.
we've obviously had this conversation. This isn't the first time, to your point, that the line by line has come up. So in quite honesty and full frankness, we've anticipated this and had this conversation with the CFO. And that is kind of where I'm getting at is, we'll take it back and try and do our best, but I'm not sure. We'll have to probably have a conveation at the end to see if we achieve what it is you are hoping.
Oh, this is an iterative process.
Kind of theoretical here.
This is an iterative process. I feel that we're not looking for the answer in June. I think we're just looking for some options.
Options.
Yeah.
To have this discussion a little more structured.
And for clarity, I'm not even fully comfortable placing a motion on the floor today. I just want to know that we are as close to as fully transparent as possible and still bound by the CSPA legislation and still delivering a budget that fits within the parameters set out in the legislation to deliver adequate and effective solutions. That's the sort of pendulum that I'm looking to stay within so that I can have a defensible response back to the community. If they say, I want to see, we can say, well, here's what we can provide as a public purview. The rest is defensible because of A, B, C, and D, and that falls squarely within the legislation. That's as simple as what I'm looking for.
I think we're saying the same thing, and I think we can accomplish that through the suggested motion that Fred has put forward to add to the existing motion. And I just, to provide assurance to Deputy Hill and to the team, we're not looking to upset the apple cart here. If you've already done some work on it, I know Carrie has great qualifications in this area. I think we're just simply looking, and I would suggest you start with the CSPA, obviously, but start with how municipalities report and work backwards from there and see what can you do in a policing context that doesn't compromise the mission here.
To your point, I think the first part was, because I haven't heard the clear answer on what the CPSA is. I think that, quite honestly, would be the first thing I'm going to look at is get what is the legal response to that question, and that may define everything. I don't hear an answer to that yet.
It could put a really succinct answer on this whole query, but let's just have that information available to us. Okay.
Chief. Well, I think if we're looking at the 9.4 as being the sort of decision point for this year, at some level, by the board and then by regional council. That 9.4, whatever that is going to be very easy to break down line by line. It's going to be 34 officers or whatever the number is, and 12 civilians or whatever that number is, and then those sworn people are going to be assigned in different ways, mostly to the front line, as we do every year. Everything will be out front. The discussion doesn't normally become the $250 million budget that is now. It becomes $22 million that is going to be the increase. And we can break down that very easily. Some of the confidential things that we do, confidential sources and resources that we have are in the bigger picture, and we're not going to break that down line by line. We'll explain that to the board anytime. I mean, you already know where some of that is and mentioned one of them. So I think we're in a good position on line by line for the 9.4 or whatever that is, wiretaps. Okay. But that's an easy one to talk about publicly without really disclosing what it is. So it's I think we're in a good position, especially with Carrie here and working with Jeff on the team. So we'll provide everything you need to make the final decision on whatever the budget increase is based on this projection. I already had a meeting with Andrew Farr yesterday, just by chance, not on this specifically because it was still coming here, but anticipated, and about some other, pressing needs of the police service facilities and otherwise. So there's a good relationship with the region, and Carrie certainly has developed that further. I think we'll be in a good position.
I agree. I think that what's important to understand is that the line by line or the sausage making isn't necessarily just the 9.4, it's the overall budget. So it's identifying that overall budget, which is, if you look at, I can happy to send you a copy if you don't have one, but if you look at the Halton Region Business Plan that's published every year, you'll see, I think, the level of detail that we could be called to provide. And frankly, this board has, from time to time, asked for that in the past, and we didn't have resources to produce it. So the question is that, like, one, what are we legally required to do? Two, what can we do? And three, what should we not be doing in terms of, mission critical and confidential things. So I think that's really what we're looking for at this point, and then we can make decisions from there. I'm not as concerned about how to sell it to the region. I'm more concerned about how to justify it to the public and demonstrate, value for dollar and demonstrate that we're putting money where, where it's most important. I'm confident you are, and that we are. I mean, I'm just very cognizant of the fact that the public are becoming more and more attuned and sensitive to taxation and the cost of delivering government, and the uptick in policing costs. Policing is becoming extraordinarily expensive. So I think that there could very well be an appetite, and I don't want to be caught short by saying that we don't have that together if it comes up. If that question comes up, I would like that we know how to respond to it and not be scrambling at the 11th hour trying to figure out how to answer the public on this question, which is, I believe, an inherent right of every taxpayer to have access to that information.
Way better to get these processes, defensible processes developed before there's a financial.
Proactively as opposed to reactively, Anyway, it's not meant to be a big deal, but if you guys have already started the conversation, it'd be a matter of documenting that and finishing it up and then presenting it to the board so we can provide our 2 cents worth. Okay, so who made the motion on the budget increase? Did somebody do that for me yet? No. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the recommendation that staff provided that we set the 9.4% for planning purposes, and then add on the second clause, which is the request. And is June sufficient?
Through the chair. Yes, I believe June will be sufficient.
Okay. You sure? Like, I don't think there's no massive time sensitivity here. So if you need another month, then say so.
I think in terms of the overall planning process, June would make most sense in working towards our fall session.
Okay. So
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Ingrid's making the motion as two-part motion. Is there a seconder to that? Thanks, Rod. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, law enforcement policy. Correct?
Yeah, this is the omnibus law enforcement policy. It replaces 37 existing policies. I'd like to just point out that it does not replace the existing policies on police response to emotionally distressed persons, court security, officer note-taking, supervision, sexual assault investigations, or proceeds from crime. It's been developed in consultation with the board, the chief and deputies, Solicitor Ken Clerdis, as well as our advisor, Davey Tilley, as it says in the report.
Davey?
He's got typo there, sorry. But
that's never out of my head now. That's your
like baby's locker. And so that's the omnibus approach that the board was looking for. And like all of our policies, this one's the longest one in this post-CSBA era of the Halton policies. It sets out the requirements, which are broken down into law enforcement capabilities, criminal intelligence processes, law enforcement activities, law enforcement procedures, as well as the standard monitoring and reporting requirements, which is linked to the verification quality control process. And it also contains, as all of these provision of policing policies do, an outline of the board's commitment to act in accordance with the results of the verification process. Oh, sorry, this one still has the Ahmed recommendations on it. I'll take that off. I don't know why that's still there.
Okay. Comments or questions? Anything for you, Davey? Okay. Chief, any comments?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve the recommendation? Lisa, thank you. Samira, thank you. Last chance for comments or questions? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to recommendation reports. 5.1, limited tendering, Faction 4 Systems Incorporated. Any comments or questions on this? I think the report is pretty straightforward. Seeing motion to approve the recommendation. Lisa and Nav, all in favor? That's carried. Agreement, the deployment of Metrolink special constables in the Halton, region of Halton, in the Halton region. Any comments or questions on this? Any feedback from you folks?
It's a technicality, and certainly Canada's worked with Metrolinks on some of those technicalities. It's the same thing the board would have approved in relation to the McMaster Special Constables, who may from time to time have to take some action at the group business school in Burlington. Metrolinks, obviously their officers travel through our region. The option would be to say no, and then they would not be able to do anything when the GO trains came through our region, and we would have to do it also. I don't think we're going to go that way. So it's a good relationship. It's working, and this is the approval mechanism for Metrolinks enforcement throughout our region.
I have no argument with this, but I'm curious. I always thought that it's the Railway Act or there's some legislation out there that I thought empowered railway police officers to have the full force and effect on those lands, or
That's a good question. I'm not sure if it applies specifically to Metrolinks and what their officers actually do. It always did apply to CN police.
Yeah, CN police are powerful. Yeah.
And they don't come to us for this sort of approval, but they are, if I remember correctly, they are, both of those organizations, if they both still exist, are full police officers on their own. So it's almost more like an RCMP officer just looking after a national railway system.
Fred just made the point that they're also federal, which they fall under federal legislation, whereas the provincial officers, so the POA officers would be under provincial legislation. It's just a matter of curiosity more than anything. Members of the board, I need a motion to approve this recommendation, please, of this appointment. Samira or Ingrid, and seconded by Samira. All in favor? That's carried. Operational verbal updates.
Just along the lines of our budget, just an operational update in regards to the budget in relation to the price of gas. As you know, we don't budget for the full price of gas, what it is. So for the result of what is going on overseas and the cost of oil going up, it is having a negative effect, obviously, on us. I think we have a fleet of 430 cars driving around. So our fuel for example, cost us $160,000 in January. In March, it rose to $240,000. That's when the price was $1.58. So for your awareness, every 10 cents that the price goes up at the fuel tank costs us $150,000 a year. So if we're at $1.80 or whatever it might be today, that is money that we didn't necessarily budget for, but we'll obviously have to pay for. So that is having a negative effect, and is obviously beyond the control of what we can do. So.
Going up 7 cents tonight.
Yeah. There's $150,000 that just got taken off our budget in one shot. It's like that.
You send out a memo to all officers on the road right now to go fill up their cars right now? Okay. We do need a report on our matter of significant importance that we declared.
I will do that. I was just waiting to see if Kevin or Roger had anything. Okay, I can certainly do that in a number of different ways. We've already done a news article just the other day that came out, so our corporate communications people have captured all of that. So that's part of it. Certainly, we've worked a lot along with Town of Oakville. The chair would know that from Town of Oakville meetings. So the town has taken a number of steps in corroboration working with us. They've changed some bylaws, so there are some new bylaws in place that will now make it an offense under the bylaw for someone under 18 or for a minor to possess or to use fireworks, which will give us some additional powers down there. They will also have 6 of their bylaw officers assigned to Bronte on May 24th anticipated date and on the July 1st date, and they will work in cooperation with our officers there. I won't get into the exact number of officers and members of the service that we will have there, but it will be more than 2 times what we had last year, if I can use that as an example. We have, we've done some proactive messaging, so corporate communications, I've already recorded a video that will be going out ahead of time with a little bit of different messaging. I know the board chair and I spoke about this ahead of time, things like if you're coming there to lawfully enjoy yourself, that's great, but if not, we will also be there, the police service, and we will take whatever steps are necessary to keep the public safe or stop any injury or property damage. There will be signage placed in Brodie as well in relation to the updated or newer bylaws and some of the difficulties that youth may find themselves in if they're in that area. And the city will also undertake to do some different lighting in a couple of areas that potentially become problematic, where some of the youth will run to or gather in larger groups where it's been darker over the past couple of years. There will be some lighting in place. Joe Barr has been the main point of contact working with Town of Oakville enforcement and commissioners. They'll also make sure that they leave the lights on at Brodie Athletic Field, which was the plan last year, and unbeknownst to us, they're set to shut off automatically at 11 p.m., which becomes problematic, so they will be left on as well. The DIA is involved, Oakville Fire Department is involved in different ways, not in the ways that they do in Europe, utilizing water as a mechanism, but it's not one thing to think about. But we have a robust plan in place, Roger and his staff in the districts. We have officers who may not normally be in uniform that will be in uniform, so we're looking at sort of no matter where you work, you may be involved in this because it's a priority. And the relationship with Jane, the CAO in Oakville, has been great. And the meetings that we've had and phone calls. So I think the town council has certainly seen that. I attended at town council on Monday, and there was one question that Joe answered in relation to arrest powers, but I didn't have any questions that I needed to respond to, which was a change from the night a month or so prior. So I think with the resourcing that we have in place, some of the messaging to parents, hopefully, and there will be messages also sent out through the town of Oakville to the school board, so that there'll be messaging sent out to parents. I'm not sure what impact that will have. You would hope it would have some in relation to little Johnny or whoever it might be going down there with a backpack full of fireworks bought by the parents in some instances. And there's also been some work done by the town of Oakville on some of I think there's supposed to only be one person in the town of Oakville that legally can sell fireworks. I'm not sure if that's true. I would think if people needed fireworks, they could probably unfortunately get them through the internet or otherwise. And we've talked a little bit about the internet supply of fireworks. I mean, honestly, you can buy anything pretty much on the internet. So for us to think you couldn't buy fireworks would be pretty naive. But I think that combination of enforcement, visible presence, communications, and Lam and Angela and then the corporate communications team are involved with that as well, and working with the town of Oakville corporate communications team, I think the messaging should be out there. They will also deliver through the town some messages to some of the different business owners. Some businesses can potentially add to the issues in that area if they're open, because some businesses, youth may be more prone to congregate around. I won't name any of them, but so there is the potential that some businesses may choose. I know one in particular will be closing, which is probably good. And then we'll deal with, on July 1st, the actual sanctioned fire event has never been an issue. So we'll really just be dealing with, I'll call it the Lakeshore Road youth issue. But I'm very confident that you'll see a big change this year.
Ingrid has a question.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Chief, you mentioned the school boards, that you're communicating with them. What about the high school liaison? Are they communicating with
most of our high school liaison officers will be in the schools from time to time. We're not sending them there specifically in relation to May 24th or July 1st, but the formal communication is coming out through the town of Oakville to the school boards to just as much for the kids or just as much for the parents if the messages get to the parents, and that will probably be electronically.
Good, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, is there a way, though, to ask our high school liaison officers to be aware of this so they can, because they're in conversation with various students on each campus. I don't think it would hurt to plug in the ear of some of those folks so they can help socialize the message. Every little bit counts, I would think.
They actually work in that office and I'm part of the planning, so they're acutely aware of the challenges and how generally social media will drive attention to this. It's a double-sided sword here in that you could say, hey, listen, there's this big gathering, don't go down there, and people go, hey, let's go down there.
Yeah.
So it's the messaging, you need the boards to communicate to the parental group, and then certainly our community services section from Oakville is engaging with youth on that.
Other questions? I have one general question, and that is, what we're learning from this, is this portable that we can literally apply this to other municipalities? Should those, like, what the learnings from this, are these, like I said, compatible to other municipalities? So learning about the cooperation with the municipalities and the strengthening of bylaws and all those sorts of things. If Milton has a problem, or Halton Hills has a problem, or Burlington, like, would this be something that could be, these learnings be used in those applications? Is this a universal kind of thing?
Sure, yep, absolutely. I mean, the towns, I would think, would learn from each other, but we can't assume that. CAO to CAO, or mayor to mayor, or whatever the conversations may be, if things became much better in Oakville this year, and all of a sudden 2 years from now it's happening in another one of our jurisdictions or elsewhere, people should learn from the Oakville experience.
Well, if that investment in time and energy is duplicatable, then it actually, reduces the cost overall from a resource perspective. So, okay, terrific. Further comments or questions? Procedurally, Mr. CGO, I just wanted to inquire, this is the first time we've ever invoked our policy regarding major events. And I'm just curious, we've had a verbal update today. Going forward, is this the best way to achieve what we're trying to accomplish with that resolution last month?
The policy does not require written reports. From a transfer of knowledge perspective and records, obviously written reports would be the better method, but it also has to do with how fast things are evolving and how much effort it takes management to put those reports together. There are certain requirements, I think there's 4 of them in the policy that have to be reported on. One is the risk assessment. Second one is external assistance requests. It says shared services, but we know the terminology now is external assistance requirement. And I'm assuming there's none.
No, I'm sorry, I missed that on here, and it's on our checklist from our correspondence back and forth. There's no need for us to seek external assistance in this.
Communications plan is the other one, which the chief's outlined verbally, and the other one is the operational plan, which we've got a high-level review too. So the things have been ticked off. It's just a matter of if you want it in writing, that would be the only other suggestion, perhaps. And this is obviously for all of us learning opportunity, learn as we go through the new, right? And it's all to get everything procedurally correct a la Morton, so that if and when we do have the crisis, we're in really good shape. Not just Morton, Rouleau too.
From the perspective of I guess from record keeping, but from learning going forward, would you? I know you said that it's not required. Would you recommend a memo of some sort to?
Sure.
Okay.
We saw, for instance, from a background perspective, the one that Inspector Foley did last time. It's not answering the same questions, but that one pager or whatever was gold.
Oh yeah, it was a great document. Yeah.
So even something like that, like a one-page summary, Steve, or whatever, you can provide. And of course, that also facilitates public and in-camera public version and an in-camera addendum if that's most appropriate. I know you're reluctant to say how many officers are involved, but at some stage, like in camera, that would be a legitimate question of the board. How many officers, and is there any impact on the rest of the adequacy in the rest of the area, et cetera, et cetera? Is there any overtime bill associated with that sort of thing? That's a great start. Yeah.
We appreciate the seriousness in which the service has taken this matter and the cooperation which you've offered the municipality. It's been exemplary, and I'm as a councillor as well, I'm very pleased. The fact you got no questions the other day, I think, speaks volumes to the satisfaction level that my colleagues in Oakville have as to the response by both the service and, of course, our municipal enforcement staff, who have also stepped up to the plate on this thing to have a safe Victoria Day weekend in Bronte where it's really happening, but more importantly, having a safe and exciting July 1st, with the excitement being in the sky and not on the streets of Lakeshore. So thank you for that. But I think that to Fred's point, if we could get a memo outlining this for the record, and then perhaps one for next month as well as we start leading up to Canada, that'd be great. Thank you. Anything further from verbal updates? Seeing none, we'll move on to Action Registry, which this is the only item on the Action Registry that we just discussed. Got off the screen for a second. So is this the only item? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we just addressed it. Can I get a motion to receive the Action Registry, please? Thank you, Samira. Thank you, Rod. All in favor? That's carried. Receipt of public correspondence. You will note that there is 2 items on the correspondence list. Information collection from the Inspector General of Policing and a memo, province-wide inspection on police integrity and anti-corruption practices update. That's the appointment of the inspector that IG Teschner has appointed relating to Project South or Operation South. I can't remember what it was called, but the incident in Toronto. Project South, thank you. Anybody wish to discuss either of those correspondence items?
I just mentioned that the former judge that's been appointed by the Inspector General to do this investigation province-wide did an investigation of last year in Alberta to the Edmonton Police Commission and the city. What it's worth, it's available. Justice Oregon.
Okay, motion to receive the correspondence, please. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Ingrid. All in favor? That's carried. New business to come before the board. Not seeing any. It's now time to move into a session closed to the public. And we are doing that for the purpose of addressing personal matters about identifiable individuals, including members of the police service or any other employee of the board. Can I get that motion, please? Nav and Samira, all in favor, that's carried. We are going to go into a session closed to the public. That means that for those who are watching on YouTube, that concludes our public portion of the board meeting today. We want to thank you for tuning in and watching the business of your Halton Police Board. We'll be back again next month. And if you ever have any questions, never hesitate to reach out to chair@haltonpoliceboard.ca. And you're always welcome to visit our website where our minutes, our schedule of meetings, our policies, and all sorts of valuable information is contained, and you can find it at haltonpoliceboard.ca. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is in recess until 12:50 when we reconvene in confidential session. 1:50. Sorry, 1:50.